Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, April the 11th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses and let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, William. And first, before we get into some of the interesting moves this morning, check out the SPY guy. So we had the PPI numbers and initial jobless claims came out at 8:30. I didn't look at the numbers at all, but I don't really have to look at the numbers. Right now, the market is liking them. Now, this gap up is nowhere near the same ferocity as the gap down we had yesterday on the CPI numbers, but nonetheless, definitely a nice pop. This market was drifting down until 8:30, and then those numbers came out. So we'll have to see what happens for the rest of the day. Okay, now Riley, RLYB, Raleigh Bio. So it's coming right into that 200-day moving average, guys. I know some of you are in this one already. So there's the 200-day moving average, 341. And afterwards, if it can get through that, the next high on the weekly chart anyway is 421. Okay, on the weekly chart. And I must have got a setting disabled or something in Interactive Brokers. I can't trade pre-market. I know there's a little box I'm supposed to click, but it's grayed out. So I'll have to figure out why. I was actually looking to take one of these, but couldn't do it. The other one that people were looking at is the ELYNL. Riley had some news, some kind of a collaboration with Johnson and Johnson. So that is some news for Riley, not Riley, but Rally Bio. Uh, ELYM is what is it doing now? Yeah, so it's still up a lot, 55%. And I'm trying to see the reason company in it entered into a definitive acquisition agreement to acquire Tenet, et cetera, et cetera. So there was some news for this ELYM this morning. Not much I can add to it, Bezavi. Didn't you? Were you? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room regarding the orb. I mean, not much more I can add to it. I know Jamie was in the room yesterday, and I thought you asked some questions about it. I don't really know how I can add anything to it. Rent, boy, Rent had a big. So this is actually an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. This was already moving up ahead of that. There's 4 o'clock. Released earnings after hours got as high as $14, and it's faded a little bit down to 19 from those post market highs. Still up 26%. Have to wait and see once this market opens. Will this be a fade situation? Not shortable for me to Interactive Brokers. Disaster du jour is APVO. APVO done a financing not $3.5 million. Sorry, 3.5 million shares, raising $4.6 million. Just getting thumped down on that financing. So some known earnings plays, guys. I mean, when I say known, I mean I think a lot of people have heard of CarMax. So KMX is an earnings play, down 8% on earnings. FAST is an earnings play. FAST is an earnings play, down 5.5%, 5.6% on earnings. And Love, this is down a lot on earnings. It's almost 17% on earnings. So when you look left for Love, it looks like there could be some support around 19-ish, that area. And this one here is a buyout, I believe, ALPN. There was some rumor about it. Was it? Yeah, wasn't there a rumor about this one yesterday, William? About being a buyout? Well, I guess it's official now. Wow. And this is a buyout by Vertex Pharmaceuticals. And it looks like this is all cash. Doesn't look like there's stock. Well, it says approximately 4.9 billion in cash. It doesn't indicate that it's a cash and stock transaction. Now, what is the symbol for Vertex? That's what I thought. VRTX. So let's take a look at VRTX to see how it's reacting. Pretty good, pretty well actually. I mean, a lot of times you'll see a finance or a buyout. The acquiring company takes a bit of a hit, but in this case, no, not yet anyway. Well, just as you're asking me to look at CADL retired Fido in our YouTube room, I'm seeing it right there and I'm hearing it. Yeah, so CADL, yeah, nice pop and popping. Receives FDA orphan drug designation for its treatment of pancreatic cancer. Okay, so that is the big, that's the reason for this pop. 22 million in the float. So am I not right? Bezavi, did you not talk to Jamie about it yesterday? About the orb, the new channel opening range break? Because he's much more of an opening range breaker than I am. I can't really add anything. Oh, you're out. Okay. Well, I can't really add anything. I thought, doesn't the email kind of go over it? And if you, wow, look at this. This is really ripping, guys. This CADL on that orphan drug news. Best thing to do is just look at the filters, okay? Yeah. Look at the filters and it telling you what it's looking for. Like anything else, though, you've got to click on whatever you see, just like I click on these, click on it. And if it makes sense to trade it, then you trade it. If it doesn't, but you can see what it's looking for just by right clicking on that top list window and then, checking out what the filters are. We're talking about the opening range break. I guess a lot of you are getting emails. This is a new channel that we've got. New dock channel bar and opening range break. Now, I'm not a big opening range breaker, so you just bottom line is you can open it, take a look at the top list. You can have it as in this format right here. Well, you have to wait for yeah, because as it's called, an opening range. So obviously the market hasn't opened yet. So you do have to wait for the market to open before you'll see any data in there. No, there are shorts available for me on this one. On this, but I can't. Yeah, I cannot trade in the pre-market. I cannot check the box to fill outside and allow pre-open. I cannot check the box. It's grayed out. I must have done something in my account management section. So, guys, the SPY is still moving here, guy. Yeah, the SPY is still moving on those PPI and jobless claim numbers at 8:30. So it's not on the channel bar. It's on the dock channel bar. Arvind. Okay, click on new and then docked channel bar. Docked channel bar. Okay, and you should see it opening range break. If you don't, maybe you have to reload trade ideas. It's been a channel now for I don't know, maybe a week. They sprung the I didn't even know it was there until a couple of days ago. Okay, so you have to go docked channel bar, not channel bar. Okay. Global configuration. Okay, thank you, thank you. I'll do it now. See if I can do it now. Global configuration. Must have somehow must have changed that. Thank you, and I'll follow this global and in the presets. Okay, preset section. Well, you know what? It is. Maybe I got to check them both. Yeah, yeah, I had it checked though. I had it. I did have it checked. I'll figure it out later. But I'll take a look at it again. Thank you though. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, guys. Well, not a big deal. I don't trade the pre-market that often. I was actually I was tempted on the O'Reilly though, on the not the Riley, well the Rally Bio. I was tempted, and actually I'm glad I didn't get it. And I was actually a little tempted on the other one, the ELYM. Glad I didn't get it. So CarMax is trying to come back a little bit here, guys. CarMax is trying to come back. Look at this nice little move now. It's still down 7%. It's an earnings play. Okay. Yeah, so that's probably the reason why CarMax is having a bit of a pop. Take a look at the sectors now, guys. So it'll look a lot different from yesterday. Okay, click on. I'm going to click on File and Docked Sector Status. This is just my my little layout that I've created. The slightly different look from the channel bar. And my computer's going crazy because I've added a tree map. So what you're seeing here, excuse me, these are the major some of the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. 57% in green. That means that 57% of the stocks are up from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that means. And like obviously a huge difference from yesterday. When we looked at this yesterday, everything was in red. Now let's see if there's something sticking out. So there's U.S. oil. There's uranium. Looking at some of the ETFs. Ah, that's why. I remember yesterday I looked and pan was up, but this is from yesterday. I wonder if well, that's better. So 10 is up again. Well, it is up today. Okay. So there's solar. So there's 10. That's a solar ETF. And XPI, just looking at some of the ETFs. Okay, I'm not seeing anything. What I'm really looking for is okay, for instance, in communications or tech, we've got 87% of the stocks that are up from yesterday's close in XLK, the stocks that make up XLK. I was looking to see if there's one that's standing out that's not up. I just don't see one. Now, after yesterday's thumping, I just want us to take a look at XLU, see where it is now with respect to its 200-day moving average. Yeah, so that is really the only major sector that's close to the 200-day moving average. No, that worked. Actually, that worked. Thank you, Pepe. Even though it was already checked, it was checked. Honest. Okay. GL insurance fraud. Take a look at GL. Globe Life. Fuzzy Panda. So that's one of these short selling groups. Fuzzy Panda disclosed a short position. Obviously, they come up with a big scathing article about them. Not a ton of volume yet, 67,000, but it's been in a steady decline over the last month and a half or so. I mean, this was $128. Of course, a lot of that is right now on that report. It went from 128 down to 105, and now on that report, got as low as 92. I mentioned this in the room, BSGM, but look what it's done. I mean, it's doing, and we're getting these big topping tails on a lot of these little guys, these low floaters, a big topping tail, and then just a big sell off. I don't know if there was any specific news today on it. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Now this could be a very tricky trading day. Okay. Yes, the market popped on the PPI number and the jobs claim, or I guess some kind of a jobs report. And so, yes, the market popped on this, but fresh in everybody's minds is what happened yesterday. So, is this a momentary pop, and will we fade? Jobless claims report. That's what I wanted to say. So the RLYB, you can see that basically. Oh, I'm sorry, you got to look here. Yeah, the 200-day moving average kind of held it. All right, 200-day moving average 341. Okay, it did pop a little bit above it, but remember it's an area, and so far it struggled for half an hour to get through that 200-day moving average so far. As we know, so what I'm going to do is I'll stick an alert at around 348 and see if it clears it once the market opens. Market's opening in about 9 minutes. Oh, you know what? I've got MDIA thumbnailed. You know what I'm going to do right now? Delete, 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 delete. Yeah, the ENLV just getting hammered down, isn't it? I'm looking here. ENLV just getting hammered down. Very cheap one through the 200-day moving average. Company announced top line results. They don't say good or bad, but we know the market is not reacting well. See, when you start reading this, when you start reading this, the efficacy, the standalone, et cetera, demonstrated substantial reductions in all this. I don't understand any of this, but you got to keep reading this. And obviously, I mean, they're trying to put a nice rosy picture on it, but market's not buying it. All right, guys, before I get to my layout, just want to remind anybody with our AI, okay, with the premium service that has our AI, get questions about this a lot. This is all I would do. Just have this window open, okay? If you click on new, and then you'll see we have three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one, premium AI strategy trades window, okay? You notice it's blank. You will get no alerts until at least 9:40. It doesn't mean you will get an alert at 9:40, but nothing happens in the pre-market, nothing happens after hours. The earliest alert you can get in our AI is at 9:40. So all I would do is I have this window, okay? This strategy trades all, and incorporate it as part of your layout. And then when the market opens, well, assuming like for instance tomorrow or right now, you notice it's blank. Tomorrow when you open trade ideas, it'll be blank. Okay, and just wait for the alerts to happen. There's no people ask all the time, well, how, okay, I need more information about how to trade them. That has to be up to you. You'll get the alerts, you'll have the alert price, you'll have a stop. How you trade them will be up to you. All right, guys, I want to get rid of this layout now and get my market layout, the one I use when the market opens. I want to get that open. So I'm going to shut it down. Okay. And again, if you, I'm going to have to mention, I want to mention this early on. This is a top list window. Okay. This relative strength leaders from the close percent, that is a top list window. If I right click on it, there's an option that says show tree map. I've checked it. If I uncheck it, that is what a top list window for years used to look like. You can still have this look if you want. I much prefer this look now though. So if I right click on a top list window and I click on show tree map, I will get the symbols kind of front and center. If you do not have that option, when you right click on your top list window, you must download the latest beta, okay? To do that, just putting the my homepage link in. Okay, so in order to do that, if you want your top list window in this tree map presentation, then click on my homepage. And right at the very top, you'll see download. Click on the download and download the beta. Okay. Beta is absolutely fine. All right. Had a CADL. Did it pull back? I know I had some shorts available. I didn't take the shorts, but yeah, pretty nice pullback from that 677. Now the market's opening in about 3 minutes. I do not trade, or usually I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a bit. Take a look at NITO, NITO, NITO. See it. Yeah, so this is a well, it started trading as NITO 3 weeks ago. LPTX, let's see LPTX. Yeah, just all you do is Richard, right click and go to properties, okay, and then smart risk levels, okay. Click on smart risk levels, and then you'll get that shaded area, okay. Okay, thank you, William. Less than a minute to the open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Again, I don't trade typically in the first 15 minutes. Make exceptions every now and then, but not often. I have to get rid of this. This is just not working. And that's because I'm on a development build, okay? Trying to get this picture in picture to work, but I cannot get it to. They're aware of it. All right, guys, we got about 15 seconds. Probably I don't know about the ELYM. I mean, it's trying to hold 4, but the other one, the RLYB, yeah, it takes out that 200-day moving average around 241. Sorry, 341, which is at right now. You can see the 200-day moving average right there. That's that blue line right there. No, I'm going to go back to the 15. Rent, guys, rent on the move here. So post market, it hit almost $14, I believe. 13.97. They released earnings after hours yesterday. Big reaction to the earnings release. Pulled back quite a bit. I mean, from the post market highs all the way back down to 868. Okay, so the market, yeah, so the market's had a positive open, obviously, still, but keep an eye on that first 15-minute candle, okay? That's that first 15-minute candle. It's it's red right now, but it's obviously very early. This is after the big 45 minutes of basically straight up. Rent halted. Yeah, rent halted. Oh, well, I may be wrong, guys. The ELYM is back. I thought maybe the other one might be the one, but ELYM trying to come back. All right, the CADL has come back also. Wow, the CADL has come back in a big way. So wow, the high last week's high was 1140 or so for our CADL. So obviously on the weekly chart, it does have some room. Actually, I'm wrong. The next high, I forgot. I thought this was a daily chart I was looking at. So the next high on the daily chart is 785. Still a dollar away. Not saying it's getting there, but it has room to move. Janx, JANX. This is the one I was thinking of, I guess, yesterday. It wasn't the buyout today, the ALPN. So there's Janx. And so Janx, yesterday's high, it's at yesterday's high, basically 49. If it takes that out, remember, so this, they're exploring a possible sale. That was the rumor anyway. That's the one that's why the stock popped late. This happened at 1:30 or so. All right, let's take a look at rent and where could it open. So rent is halted, 1088. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, this blue screen I'm displaying, nothing to do with trade ideas. So you can see the halt price for rent, 1088. This is the potential of where it may open. Okay, right now it says 11. It's not set in stone. Typically, they are a 5-minute halt. So if it is a 5-minute halt, this will open in a little over a minute. Halted at 9:30 plus 45 seconds. So that would be 9:35 plus 45 seconds. So a little over a minute from now, if it is a 5-minute halt. I don't know if Jose is in the room, but he mentioned this one yesterday as a option play, I believe. CRMD. I want to check that float for rent. I want to check that float. I want to see if that is in the ballpark with this other website that I check. All right, guys. Well, there's the ELYM now. ELYM on the move here. So they've got 3 million. So I mean, we've got 1 million. They've got 3 million. So I mean, it's low. And I'm talking about the now rent opened. And what happened? Aha. So gonna get about 1088. ELYM guys on the move. On the move. ELYM. Ah, missed it. Missed it. You know what I was trying to do, guys? I wanted to get it around that 1085 mark. It opened at or over 1088. Ah, shoot. Well, you guys listen to me. How I like to try to play a Halls resumes on that after the first halt. Oh, it would have been great. Because what happened is the halt was at 1088. It opened, it moved down below 1088, and then took 1088 out. And look what's happening. And that's typically when I will pounce. Well, if you took this one, the next high that might stall it is around 12, a little over 12. And that is for rent. Just looking at post market action. I don't know how much volume there was, but oh, that would have been just would have made my day. And, pulling back now, but certainly I would have been now most of it. Anyway, wait for the next one. So understand what I'm saying. If I see a halt, and wait for it to resume, of course. And if it goes down below the halt price and then comes back up through that halt price, I many times I'll take that trade. So this GL is showing up as is CarMax now, showing up in the combo scan. So let's take a look at CarMax. Where could it go? See, I look here, and to me, the next low looking left is too close. Okay, it's just too close for a $71 stock. Now, if it takes out that 71, 69.58 would be the next. All right. Well, guys, this is we're getting a big red bar here now to start the day. Dow is down a little, Nas is up a little, SPY is up a little, but we are getting a red bar to start the day. I don't know, William. I think yesterday's damage was pretty psychological, but we'll see. All right, guys, I didn't get my fill. I'm talking about rent. Oh man. Okay, guys. I got very lucky there. I did get a fill on rent. And, and if you have the AI, you probably know why I'm looking at it again. It's funny. I was trying to get it around 11:28. It was up at 11:40 or so, and then it came back down through 11:28, and I had left it in. I Wow, that's a good one. I left it in. Don't usually do that. Ow. So I did get a fill. And I don't mind talking about it right now. Look at the alert. 11:28, 12:59 now, and that's from our AI. Wow. How often do the pre-market leaders also show gains in the open market? No idea, Conrad. And for how long? It's a hard question. I mean, obviously some do, probably most don't, but I have no idea of a percentage and for how long. Wow, this rent. I mean, the reason we do the pre-market work is to, follow the stocks, certainly follow the stocks because sometimes maybe they don't rip off, maybe they don't rip at the beginning, maybe in fact they fall, but they could still be up a lot. I think that Rally Bio was up, I don't know, 100 and something percent. It's still up 91%. It could still drop and it could still be up 70%. And maybe that is a good area to get it, depending on what sort of a trader you are in terms of pullbacks. And so they're just good to follow all day long. It doesn't mean, though, if your question is, okay, if a stock moved in the pre-market and it was near the high in the pre-market and then it opens, does it continue? No, obviously there's no way to know for sure and what percentage of the stocks do that. But we certainly knew about rent. Boy, this rent, what a great alert, guys, from our AI. Seriously. We got it. It's up 18% now. This is what I'm talking about. Even the other one is I'll take a look at this one, the Elvin. Okay, I've taken some off just over 13. Okay. Just taking some off over 13. Let's see, the high in the weekly chart, 1358. So 1358, and that's almost what I got to, guys. 1347, 1358. You believe me on GL? Okay. Wow, I should have taken it. Should have taken it. Look at that one. So this talking about here, we had an alert just a little early for me. That's all. But 92 as a potential short, down to 89, a $3 move now. Well, again, I was really, really lucky on it, on the rent. When it popped into the AI, I thought, okay, well, let's see. The alert was at 11:28, and it immediately went up to about 11:40 or so. And I didn't want to chase it. I put in an order at about 11:28, and then it came back down, and it filled me. Hmm. Both of them now in the excuse me. So the you're talking about this is in the combo scan. Excuse me. Yeah. This is in the combo scan D888. Okay. 938 Eastern time, of course, $92. And then the CarMax is also looks like it's working. 93, sorry, 939, 7147. These are all short. If it's in brown, it's a short opportunity or short suggestion. Now, if you're asking me where was the alert, it's in my combo scan. Okay, which I'm sharing. What rent is holding 13 well. But if you're in it, just be aware of that number right there. 1358, and it got up to 1350. Okay. I mean, that could easily be the stalling. I don't have very much left. Somebody asked me about ADIL. That was a big one from yesterday. ADIL. Yeah, I mean, I know it's having a bit of a move here through the 200-day moving average now. 282 is the 200-day moving average. The next high looking left, 359. So, yeah, it's got some room. See if it's here. Yeah, it's up here. It's here on the relative strength leaders from the close percent. Okay, it is here also. Now it's still at that 200-day moving average. I just have to keep an eye on the rent. I don't want it to completely and utterly collapse through 13. If it does, I'm out. But I don't have much left. Wow, this is still strong, guys. Well, I mean, if rent takes out that if rent takes this out, excuse me, right here. But look at this. Okay. Okay, I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out now. I'm completely out of it. That was a pretty wild bottoming tail. Popped up back up to 13, but I'm out of it now. The post market high yesterday. I mean, it may. Wow, look at this. Okay, well, I got jumpy. That's okay. Did okay on it, but look at it now. Wow, 1397 was the post market high. Wow. If it hadn't done this nonsense, I would still be in it, but it's okay. The next high looking left is 1592. Nobody's saying it's getting there, but I can tell you why, Spanky. A long time ago, I actually upped the minimum dollar value, I think, to 100. If you have it, if you, yeah, I'm wondering. I mean, not everybody wanted to do that, so I guess that's why I didn't. But if you look here, it's easy enough to do. Just go to right click on it, configure all, edit selected, and you see I've got a price range now of 100. I believe you might have 30 or 35 or 40, something like that. So you can always up it to 100 if you want. Okay. Okay. So again, right click on it, the multi-strategy window, right click on it, configure all. It's at 60. Okay. That's, I guess, what I originally had it, but well, it's a couple of months ago, I think I upped it to 100. Don't get too many over 60, but wow, rent halted again is right and on the way up still. Wow, wow, wow. I really need help for configuring my cappers up and reversal strategy. Okay. What sort of help do you need? I have I do have a scan that you can take a look at. Okay, I'm not using it right now, but you can take a look at it. So if you click on my homepage link, and I'm not using this scan right now. Just give me a moment. So if you click on my homepage link, give me a moment. Okay, there we go. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here. So just scroll down. Okay, here are my scans. Click here. So one of the scans is called gap continuation or reverse. All right, you can take a look at it. But I am not using it right now. It's a multi-strategy window, so it'll have, I think it has a 6 in there. Basically, it looks for stocks that have gapped up and kept going up, stocks that gapped up and then moved down. I guess it has 4. Stocks that gapped down and kept going down, stocks that gapped down and then popped. Okay, so there are basically 4 in there, 4 scans in there. It's a multi-strategy window. Okay, and you can check to see the sort of alerts you're getting. And of course, you can always tinker with it, right? You can just take a look at the my price range and minimum volumes, things like that. You can break them out one by one. Maybe you don't care about, it's up to you. But it is a multi-strategy window with 4 different scans in there. Well, guys, where could this open? So again, the only time I play a halt resumes and get into a resume, it's only on the first halt. Okay. So I'm not, even though even if this one opens at like 1476 and drops and then comes back through, I will not take it. But up to you, of course. Hopefully that made a lot of people's days, especially if you have the AI, guys. Remember, I was ticked off that I had missed it coming out of that halt. All right, so here's another one, guys. Fast is another one showing up on my combo scan as a potential short. Looks like it's trying. I don't know if it's going to bounce a bit. Aha, HYMC. All right. I'll also an AI alert, guys. So just watching how well it holds over 4 here. All right. I have taken some of the HYMC. If it drops down to close to 4, I'm out. Not expecting too much out of it, to be honest. Wow. In fact, just a minute. Yeah, there's the next high. There's the next high looking left, guys, right there on the daily chart. You can't see it on the daily chart. If I backed it out, if I zoomed out, you would see a daily candle right there. So that is the next high. So it's got to get through that. Looks like that's around 420. Oh my gosh, look at rent now. I bet you a lot of people did not think that today could rent challenge its 200-day moving average. Look at that. Got right into it. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Again, guys, the alert 1128. So that's a 34% run so far. The HYMC, 6% run so far. That's in our AI. And again, I don't show it all day long. Not fair for those who pay for it. Rent the Runway provides online ready-to-wear and contemporary designer apparel services. I remember when they came out public or went public, but president makes a an insider purchase of 100, approximately looks like $500,000 worth. It was 155,000 shares. They did a 1-for-20 reverse split back in. Well, that's why I didn't. That's why the float is so low. They did a 1-for-20 reverse split effective April 3rd. Okay, so just a few days ago, last week. Why not? Look at that 200-day, just right there. It is just kind of stalling it for a bit. Now, rent showed up. Rent just showed up on the combo scan. Okay. Now, why so late? And would I take it now? Of course not. It's way too extended. But the reason it showed up this late is because it does trade options. Okay. It does trade options. 616 contracts now. The minimum has to be in that scanner has to be 500 contracts. So obviously, here when it was doing all this, it wasn't close to 500, and it just now got over 500. So that's why it triggered in the combo scan. But I'm not going to take it. Famous last words, though. I mean, this has got room to 1866 if it takes out that high. And again, when I say it's got room, I don't mean it's getting there. I'm just looking left to see where could it go before it hits some kind of a either a daily high or a weekly high. What a day. Meanwhile, the market's doing this, so it is starting to give up the gains. So the Dow is down, Nas is up just a bit, SPY is down. So market is starting to really give up those gains. Or the PPI numbers and the jobless claim numbers came out at 8:30, popped the market, but now starting to give it up. That was my fear, thinking that yesterday was such a shocker. Wow, oh man, oh man. Well, I've only left about $4 on the table. Made a couple of dollars, left four. Yeah, I'm assuming you played a. I got out of the HYMC, by the way, guys. Okay, I didn't realize that. Just give me a moment. Yeah, because of that red bar right there. Okay, so I got out of it basically flat. That red bar, not bar, that red line there. That is the next high looking left on a daily chart. All right. Well, let's see what's happening on some of the other AI alerts. I'm going to take a look at. Okay, so it looks like rent is finally done. I mean, it's back into the 15s. All right, guys, I'm not going to go over my homepage for another 10 minutes or so, but I do want to talk a little bit about the contest and the test drive that we're having. Okay. All right. So if you click on that link, this is what you're going to see. So, first of all, scroll down a little bit until you see right here. The test drive begins at the open on the 19th, runs till the close on Monday, April 29th. I believe that is 7 trading days plus a weekend in between. Okay. So you'll have access to our program for $7.77 for those 7 trading days plus the weekend in between. Actually, I guess 2 weekends. Yeah, because that's a Friday and that's a Monday. So you'll get 2 weekends. Anyway, 7 trading days. And again, it'll cost $7.77 to take part in this test drive. What does the test drive do? You'll have access to the full program, our full program, including the AI. Okay, just as if you were a premium subscriber. Excuse me. Okay, we're only doing this about 3 times a year now. So if you're at all interested in trying us out, this is a great opportunity to do it. And one note, if you are a standard subscriber and you want to have access to our AI for those 7 trading days, you can do it also. It'll cost us 777. We'll up your subscription to a premium subscription. Now, when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay. So if you're standard, you go back to standard unless you say, hey, no, keep me a premium. And of course, we'll have a nice promo code afterwards also. So, but don't worry, we don't put you into a subscription when the test drive is over. So that's the test drive. In addition to the test drive, we're having our very popular contest again. Okay. And that contest runs, and it's inclusive with the 777. Okay. That runs from April 23rd to the 25th. That's a Tuesday to Thursday. Okay. Inclusive. And basically, it's a stock picking contest. Whoever makes the most money at the end of the 3 days wins, and the winner will get a $2,400 Amazon gift certificate. Okay. Oliver sometimes shows up in the room, and he was the winner last time. Okay. So great opportunity. I mean, if you're going to take the test drive, you may as well get into the contest. Now, if you're a premium subscriber, just like all the other contests, you don't have to pay the 777 to get into the contest. Okay. So if you have any questions about that, you can just ask away. Now, the other thing is, if you sign up today, remember what you're doing is you're pre registering for everything. Okay. You will not get live data until here. Whoops, until the April 19th. Okay. So please don't bother our support staff that we get lots of emails. Hey, I just signed up. Where's my data? You got to read. Okay, guys. It doesn't start until April 19th. Okay. So that is the test drive plus the contest. And during those 3 contest days, it's a lot of fun, actually. I usually present a leaderboard, and you'll see the top 10 people. And over the 3-day period, lots and lots of changes in the leaderboard. What does the alert? Are you saying my or just in general, William 67? What does my AI alert window looks like? It looks like this. Okay. That's what it looks like. That's all I care about. That's the only window. You have the AI? Okay, so again, all I would do is this. Click on new and then pick that middle one that says that starts with premium AI. That's all I would do. Never mind anything else. You go to the channel, you got way too much information thrown at you, in my opinion. So just click on this premium AI strategy trades window. Okay. And this is what you'll see. Of course, it's blank until at least 9:40. There was an alert right at 9:40 for the rent. Okay. One at 9:41 for Elvin. Nothing happens in the pre-market. And yes, we did get one at 9:40 today, but that's the earliest alert. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:40, but that is the earliest that you'll be alerted. And after that, how you trade it is up to you. I use it like a watch list. I don't take every trade, of course. The rent obviously appealed to me because what was happening. It's in the price range that I kind of like. And of course, yeah, I mean, getting the alert around this area, then you just look left. It had that room to 13, had a room to 14, had room up here. I mean, I'm not, no, I was never saying it was going to get up here, but you just sort of look at the different levels where it could stall. And if it breaks through, then you look at the next level. All right, let's take a look at. And you heard me talk about taking the HYMC. I did take it, but see, when I clicked on it, now this is I just wish this would get settled once and for all. That people, that red line that you see here, okay, that red line, that is the next high on the daily chart. Now, understand that this is looking previous days, okay? Let me see if I can find another one that makes a little more sense. Okay, so there's Jenks. Jenks, that is now you can see it's today's high also, but you see what it was doing? It was looking left and it was finding that next high on the daily chart. So had the price been down here at 49, you would still see the red line, of course, but you would have seen that a red line, and that would be telling you where is the next high looking left on a daily chart. Unfortunately, you can only generate this red line, the where excuse me, where it's telling you where the next high is, if you click the alert from a multi-strategy window. So it makes no sense to me at all. But so from a multi-strategy window, if I click on love, there it's telling me, well, and it's actually today's high. The HYMC earlier, it was telling me, but if I click on it, and I did not click on it from there, I clicked on it from our RAI. Okay, I clicked on it from here, HYMC, did not see you don't see the red line. I didn't see it. Had I seen it, I wouldn't have taken the trade. Now, it didn't hurt me. I know it's probably awfully confusing what I've just said, but and I have no idea why it's so hard to generate the red line if you're clicking on a symbol just in a normal alert window. I just don't know what the problem is, but I'm not a developer. Wow. So even, I mean, they don't all have, does this trade options? It does trade options. Interesting. Oh, the relative volume. So I know I'm talking to myself, but I was wondering why did not Jenks show up here in this combo scan? So the combo scan, it's a basically it combines about four scans. Okay, the 10-day daily breakout, the 10-day daily breakdown of which we don't have one yet, and the abnormal option activity. Again, the way this is color coded is if it's in brown, it's a suggestion to short, and if it's in light blue, a suggestion to go long. Okay, so you can see that rent is here and it's here and it's here. You can see HYMC is here and it's here. The Y is it the fast and the I must have a filter. Anyway, what we were seeing Now, why isn't it here? I'm going to have to figure that out. But the bottom line is that for a stock to appear here, a lot of very tough filters have to be met, including a relative volume of 8. So when I look at JANX, yeah, it's trading 1,700 contracts, 250 times, 2.5 times normal, which meets the filter requirements. But it's only, I mean, it's still high, 6.8 relative volume, has to be 8 to appear here. Probably confused a lot of people, but so that's why it's not there. Doesn't mean you shouldn't trade it, but ones that show up here are really, really to be looked at in the combo scan, the Pepe scan. Okay. Meanwhile, every time I see, I just think of the Broadway. There was a Broadway play, wasn't there, called Rent? I just can't get that out of my head. Never saw it, but well, William, this is what I was afraid of. Those numbers were nice in the pre-market, but yesterday's, I think it was yesterday, was pretty psychological to what happened, and it's just basically wiping it all out now. Nectar. All right, guys. It's usually I do this around 10:20, so it's around 10:20 right now. Take a look at my homepage. All right, so I've just clicked on my homepage link. So this is what you're going to see. And as always, guys, if you want your topless windows to have this sort of a display, okay, which we call the tree map. Right now, your topless window, this is the typical look of it, grid format. Right click, show tree map. Now, if you don't have that option, you have to download the latest beta, okay? So if you click on my homepage link, scroll to the top, see where it says download the latest beta, okay? And then you'll have that ability to turn your topless window, the grid format, which is really boring, into something like this. It's up to you, though, okay? I kind of kid around. It's up to you. But that's why we have the option. Look at rent now. My goodness. Not over. All right. Well, if you want to take out a subscription right now, there's a promo code you can use, Barry15. That will get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. And you'll see we have basically 4 plans. We have a standard monthly, standard annual, premium monthly, premium annual. And the premium is where you get the AI. If you take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. First video, download and install. First startup and log in. Introduction to scans, topless windows, and alert windows, okay? You must do it. It's a software program. There is a learning curve. What we try to do here, though, is all the important aspects of Trade Ideas is right here. 10 short videos, okay? If you're new to Trading 101. A series of videos that you can take a look at. It's all free. Stock of the day. I wonder what is going to be the stock of the day that I do. Stock of the day that I do, you can sign up for it here. You can, of course, it's free. Trade of the week is free. You can sign up for it right here. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. Here is our user guide. Like any other software program, we have a lot of information in our user guide. You don't have to learn everything. Here's the getting started. I would certainly take a look in a little more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You want to find a little more about stock racing. And of course, for me anyway, price alerts. Use price alerts all the time. But again, you don't have to learn everything that's in here. Here's the getting started series again. And daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Usually it's Steve on Thursdays. I'll have to confirm that. Sometime he and Andy switch, but I will confirm that. And before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Steve. Now, I should say this. This is a support room also, okay? I think people think that this is the only time they can get support between 12 and 1. This is a trading room that you're in, but I mean, it's also support. I have no problem answering questions. I mean, if I'm in a trade or I'm, well, basically, if I'm in a trade that I have to, 100% keep focus on it, I'll let you know. Otherwise, I have no problem answering questions all day long. Guys, MNDR, MNDR, MNDR. This was the IPO from Singapore yesterday, almost at yesterday's highs. MNDR, MNDR. So before we look at my scans, all I ask is this. If you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, be it today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, please use my promo code. Using the promo code, the room gets credit, and it's important for the room to get credit because that will keep this room free, okay? MNDR, guys, just got halted. So that's all I ask. Just use my code. Goes a long way to keeping the room free. Looking for my scans? Here they are. Excuse me. That's that middle section. There's the combo scan that I talk a lot about. There's the moment. I'm going to demonstrate the momentum scan. I'm going to show you what it looks like. Halts resumes is over here. This scan or heat map that you see or tree map that you see, it's not on my homepage yet. It's not because you still need the beta and it gets too confusing for people if they load it and then they don't understand why they're not getting it like this. So I will wait, but if you do want this, I can give it to you. You just have to ask me for it. Okay. So here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them. You have any questions about them? This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down. Okay. Wow. Yeah, right. Not over is right. My goodness. I mean, as crazy as it sounds, you could have taken it here at 1686 out of the combo scan. If you had been really, really late, it's at 18 something now. And only a 68% run so far. Here was your entry at 1128, 1909 now. Now, listen, you would have had to have taken some profit along the way. There were some pretty severe pullbacks, but you could have held on to some, and but that's what how you trade it is going to be up to you. Anything from the AI. There's no video that's going to say, okay, you take that trade at rent, and this is exactly what you should have done. Now, MNDR, guys, is really well, I don't know how interesting it's going to be, but there's the halt at 850. Okay, there's the high of yesterday. It was 877. This started trading as MNDR yesterday. and this is very low float. I think only less than 2 million, probably 2 million shares. I think, and the IPO was priced at 4, so it's well above that IPO price. It was a really nice one. If you nimble enough yesterday, if it takes out that high, it could really get rolling again. So what you're seeing here, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay. So there's the halt price, 850. This is where it could open. Now, if it opens underneath and then it pops through that 850, that is where I might take the trade. Not telling anybody to do the same thing. It's highly risky. Okay. But that's how I kind of look at these halts resumes. If it opens at 870 or 9, I'm not chasing it, but I'll really pay attention to it because that'll be an all time, oh, well, 2 day it'll be its all-time high. So while we're waiting for this to open, 10:23, it got halted. So in less than a minute, if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open at 10:28. So actually, before I talk in general about what trade idea is all about, go over the scan, the fact that we're a scanner. A lot of screening programs out there that kind of claim to be scanners, and well, I don't think they certainly don't do what we do. All right, guys, just waiting for this to open, and could be 5 seconds. All right, it is now open, guys. Ah, couldn't get it. Could not get it. Yeah, I mean, it flirted underneath, and then it popped right through, and I just couldn't get it. It went way too quickly. Wow. Oh well. There will be others, guys. There will be others. Meanwhile, back at rent, 82%. Now, this is not normal, guys. I mean, but you get one of these in the AI to make your whole month. 82% now. And did it get halted again? It did not get halted again. It did go. I thought it was going to get halted again. I was watching the bid ask, and it was just sort of stuck. No way that could have happened if unless a halt was imminent. So it got halted again. Hmm. And look at this. I mean, there's a potential open, 2170. So it's halted at 2088. Potential open in this area. What a hmm. Guys, something is happening in my unit. My unit, I'm not frozen exactly, but on my little taskbar icons, I'm not able to open anything. Okay, Cafe, why is that happening? See all these little taskbar items? I cannot, I'm hovering over. Trying to open this one. I cannot open it. This is important because this is how I do my video. So I don't know what has happened. There's can't be I mean, maybe there's a setting that locks those items, locks the taskbar. I mean, I didn't do anything, but anyway, I'll figure it out. I might have to do a reboot because I have to do a video later, and I have to I have to be able to load that. That is weird. Is there something that is really weird? All right, guys. Well, I'll have to figure that out later. So let's take a look at the rent. The rent, where is it going to open and when? 10:29, 10:34, plus 36 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. All right. Okay, that's a good idea. Okay, maybe I'll restart the now. Okay, rent open, guys. Rent opened. Rent open. Okay, let me go to the task manager. Restart Windows Explorer. Guys, I know my machine is going crazy. You're hearing this. Yikes. Well, that's hilarious. I didn't do anything. I just opened the tab and it scared it into now showing. I didn't do anything, but now everything is Everything back to normal. Hilarious. All right, guys. Yeah, I don't plugged into a hub. I haven't. Anyway, bottom line is everything is it's all good again. So, and I really didn't do anything. Talk a little bit more about topping tails and bottoming tails. Well, you know what I mean. Here we got a topping tail right here, right for rent. Let's just say we had a series of them. Okay, so again, what does a topping tail mean? For rent, at one point, the price was up at $24. Now I don't know where it's going to end. It's still 10:37, so still has 8 minutes to close. I mean, this could close right back up there. Let's pretend that this is going to close and you're going to get a big topping tail. Okay, the next candle forms. The buyers try again. Okay, and then the sellers knock it down, creating another topping tail. Again, what is it meaning? I mean, it means that the buyers are trying to move it higher, but the sellers are step in and close it lower. They try again. So you get a series of these, two or three, at least two. One does not necessarily mean anything, but you get a couple of them in a row, and especially three. There was one yesterday. I think I was pointing out that had three topping tails in a row. So what does it mean? I mean, eventually, those who are buying, to attract new buyers, they're going to look at this and go, yeah, I don't think so. Right now the sellers are in control. That's sort of the mindset. Eventually the buyers who keep moving it higher but get knocked down by the sellers, eventually they're just going to give up for a while and let the sellers take complete control. And who knows? Maybe we'll get a bunch of red bars now for rent. I'm just using rent as an example. And then just the reverse. A stock that is being beaten up, with a bunch of bottoming tails, but close higher. And well, the only way you can have bottoming tails is if buyers step in and close it higher than what the lowest price was. And then you get another one. Sellers are trying again to knock it down. Buyers step in again. That creates the bottoming tails. Eventually, the sellers will give up for a while and let the buyers have their way. Oh, any time frame, Prag. Daily charts, weekly charts, minute charts, 50. I just use 15-minute charts, but yeah, I mean, I just don't, I just usually my lowest time frame is 15 that I trade from. But, there are a lot of people out there probably trading from 5-minute charts, maybe 1-minute charts. It's just, whatever your preference is. So, Bezavi in our YouTube room, when you say I experienced delay, not sure if it's my internet. No, what delay are you talking about though? If you're talking about YouTube itself, there is a, I guess, a built-in 8-second delay. If that's what you're, or 7 or 8 second delay built into YouTube, if that's what you're talking about, or are you talking about a delay with our program, Trade Ideas? Need a little more information. All right, guys. Well, as we were watching, I'll have Rent in the background here. So, as I said, we are a scanner. We do an excellent job at real time alerting scanning. Okay. Excellent job at that. So, if you take a look at this window called Momo, upper left hand corner, it says A. This is an alert window. And let me explain what it does. Any alert window, but this specific one. And I'm sharing this scan, okay? My homepage. So if I right click on it and click on configure, and then click on summary. So this is the screening aspect of the scan. Of course, we can screen, all right? So in this particular case, If the price is between $1 and $100, current volume is at least 3. This is a great filter that we've got. Look at this, 3,000. This is trading 3,000 times normal up to this time of day. Okay. Oh, so that's at least 3. Okay. That's why this is so extraordinary today for rent. So current and this is time sensitive. Okay. So right now, the stock for me to see a stock right now with other filters, of course, it would have to be trading at least 3 times normal up to 10:41 Eastern time in the morning. Okay. So it is time sensitive. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes at 400% of normal. Doesn't really matter what these values are. I'm just trying to show you the concept of when you create a scan, you start off with filters and then a trigger of some sort. So in this scan, if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay. So what time is it now? 10:42. So the last time that happened was at 10:37. LPTX made a new high for the day at 360, and it satisfied all of these filters. Okay. So again, that is really what we're fabulous at. Okay, real time alerting. Now, if you wanted to if you like the scan the way it is, of course, you can take it just the way it is, or you can make some modifications. If you don't like the price range or something else about it, you can, of course, make some modifications. But if you like it the way it is, great. It's on my homepage. If you want to build your own scans, you can, of course. This time I'll click on search. Right at the very top, the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, we have a lot of other ones. Okay. And if I scroll down, these are the filters that we've got. So I have to say it every single day. If you're new and looking at this, don't get hung up on all this. Don't think you have to learn everything. You don't. Okay. The only reason there are so many of these is because the company, when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create enough different real-time alerts and filters to satisfy the majority of our customers with all the different trading styles that are out there. Okay. And I'm also wanting to sort of as an addendum, because people did ask me, you don't use these, Barry. How come? I don't use believe it or not, the only real-time alerts I use are the new high and the new low of the day. That's because that's my trading style. Okay. It doesn't mean all these other ones are bad. It just means they don't meet my trading style. It's that simple. I only use a handful of the filters. Okay. That's because it doesn't mean the ones I don't use are bad. It just means that doesn't meet my or satisfy my are not necessary for my trading style. Okay. So when you say where's my channel, are you talking about where the scans are that I'm sharing, Angel? Or depending where you're from, Angel? Okay, my scans. Okay, so I just popped my homepage link in again. If you click on it, this is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here. And if you scroll down, sorry guys, I know my computer seems to now when I go to this the homepage here, it starts to act up. Anyway, here are my scans. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, you'll be at the top middle section. Here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, so this is the combo scan that I talk a lot about. There's that Momo scan that I was just talking about. Halts resumes is over here. But I do, I also have. I don't have all these scans up and running, but I do have the 10-day daily breakouts and downs. Don't get too many alerts. These are the only alerts on the breakout side. only once on the breakdown side. Now, this is the repeating version, okay? Might be a little confusing, but this is the 10-day. This is why it says don't repeat, and here it is, don't repeat the breakout. Don't repeat on the breakout. So I like to have it side by side because then I can kind of go back and say, okay, I had an alert for rent at 9:30. The price was 10:30. What did it do from there? Well, obviously, insanely well. Okay, this is the repeating version. So I can kind of go back and check to see what. Oh, look at this IZM. This is it. Is it still moving? Well, from the alert, it actually got up to 47. No, I think that's the pre-market. Yeah, that's the pre-market. This is this insane one, guys. It has not. Give me a moment. Look at this move. I mean, this is just unbelievable. This is a daily chart. So on April 1st, April Fool's Day, this was an 840. The low of the day was about 850, and in the pre-market today, it got up to $47. And it's a China stock. And I don't think I've been able to track any specific news about it, but man, oh man! And every time you see these candles, you think, well, it's got to be over now. Okay, well, here's a giant candle. It's got to be over now. And then another one yesterday. We're looking at this one. Maybe this will be red. Maybe there'll finally be some profit taking. Maybe. I don't know. Amazing though. So anyway, I getting back to my scans. I do not have them all open. Okay. This is what I do use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down, but I don't have all these open. Why have the ones that I don't have open on my that I'm sharing? Some of you might like the idea of one. You know, I I may bring back the gap continuation or reversal scan at some point. I haven't been using it for quite a while. The reason why I don't want to overwhelm myself with alerts. Okay. One of the problems can be with people, and it was with me when as a subscriber, just as a subscriber, took this program back in 2010. I had so many topless windows, so many alert windows open at the same time because I didn't, in my head, I didn't want to miss anything. The problem with that is that you'll miss everything because you'll be clicking like mad all day long and getting nothing done. Okay. Okay. Question in our I changed, this is in our YouTube room. I changed ISP providers yesterday, and now when I stretch a window, open the stock info within the window doesn't expand, just the window extends, but not the info. Okay, I think I know what you mean. I had this little problem. Try this. Okay. I had this in I think in the heat map, but maybe even just yeah, I think it was in the heat map, but it may be for everything. Try this. I'm not saying this is going to work, okay? If because I think I know what you mean. If I extended this instead of it kind of like all the data moving over right to the end, it would sort of stop and you'd have this blank space. Right? Is that what you mean? You'd have this blank, probably in a top list window more, but I may be wrong. Is that what you mean? Because I know it was happening in this window briefly. Okay, this window down here, and this is all I did. I mean, because is it in a dock? Okay, try this. I'm not 100% it's going to work. Okay, try this. Grab it, move it in like this, and then move it out, and see if that helps. Okay, so move it in, and then move it out, and see if that fills it out. If that doesn't, then I don't know what to do. That's a little too technical for me, and I didn't even know that this was going to work. I just stumbled on it. And are they in docks? Because it was happening in my dock window. It shouldn't matter though. It shouldn't matter just because you changed ISPs. I mean, again, I don't know enough about that sort of stuff to say it's not in a dock, okay? Because mine were in a dock, and that's what driving me crazy. Because I'd have this dock, and I'd have this big white space over here, and everything was jammed over here. And I finally, started. I had to move, and but you're saying that's not what's happening with you. So, and you've obviously reloaded trade ideas several times, just to see. I'm talking to Michael in our YouTube room. Hmm. And is that with every single, if you loaded a new top list window as an example, is that with every single window? Well, several, and on all your computers, just because you change ISPs, that's really bizarre. What am I? I'm sorry. You might have to go to. Well, not might have to go. Go to inf. Here, well, I'll put in my homepage link. Oops, wrong. Don't click on that. Okay. So go to my homepage link. Hmm. So go to my homepage link. Click on the link and need help. Click on the need help. Click on the ask and click on the chat. Okay. Um, I know it's more of a technical question, but ask the question. Just like you said to me. And Pepe is, yeah. I mean, your status. I mean, I'm assuming you have a green ball, that you do have a connection. Shouldn't matter, but I mean, it should matter. But you're going to switch back. Okay. Okay. That makes it easier. Okay. Another question. Spoke about the halt, and the halt was removed on my end. I don't understand what you mean by that exactly. Are you talking about the scanner itself, or like I don't understand when you say I'm talking again to somebody in our really? Wow, OJ dead. Oh, one moment, please. All right, guys. Sorry about that. So yeah, so I don't understand when you say I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. When you say the halt's resumed or disappeared or. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, Kay Bezavi, maybe you haven't heard me, but I don't understand again what you're talking about. You spoke about halt, and the halt was removed on your end, so I don't know what you mean by that. Okay, I'll need more information. So finally, there's a sell off and the rent. Now, will that be it? Will that really be it for the day, or we put an alert at 22:34, the high of this candle, and see if it resumes later on? All right, BHC, you're talking about now. How about Arcel? Arcel just showed up. Ah, guys, I couldn't figure out why. As I was explaining all this earlier, this is the 10-day daily breakdown, the 10-day daily breakout, and this is the abnormal option activity. You combine them to find the stocks that are the same in these scans, and this scan here will show it. But then I'm looking over here and say, well, where's the KMAX? Where's the GL? Well, guess what? And it's what's going to happen. I forgot to up the price. And then you're only going to see the last one. You're going to have to. Okay, guys, there, just fix it on my end. So LPTX, I'm sure some of you guys are probably talking about LPTX as it's romping here. Whoa! Look at HYMC now, guys. Shoot. Really dumb of me, guys. What I had to do was put a price alert at 420, and I forgot to do it because that was that high that I was concerned about. But look at it now. Look at HYMC now. And again, this is from our AI. So they're, only an 11% gain. Well, at what time? 9:51, and the price was 390. Question was what time? And price did the AI alert this? 9:50, yeah, 9:50 Eastern time, of course, 9:51, and it was at 390. And then I saw it here in my combo scan at 411. Okay, but again, I didn't realize you can't see it here now. Well, actually, where is the next high? Yeah, first, I don't know why it's doing that. It's going back to that high. It should be looking for another one. But anyway, that is what got me out. I was in around 411 and it was moving up here. And so I got out basically flat because of that high that I didn't realize was there. But it is broken through that high now. Let's see where it could go on the monthly chart. And the answer 450 is the next high in the monthly chart. I'm not saying it's getting there, but that is the next high in the monthly chart. If it takes that out somehow, $5. It's just this company's done some reverse splits. This is the company. But you know what? Not helping AMC at all. AMC, last time I looked, was under $3. Last time I looked. Ah, man, oh man. And the reason I bring up AMC is that they've got some kind of a stake in HYMC, but that stake has been really, really diluted. It looks like a $3 stock, but it really isn't. I mean, it did a bunch of reverse splits. So anyway, AMC, remember, this says 276. So remember, they did a 1 for 10 reverse split. So this is like 27 cents before that. Oh, unbelievable. And I saw this earlier. Guys trying to paint a real rosy picture. CEO says bankruptcy is inconceivable. It's inconceivable, as 2025 and 2026 are going to be gangbusters. Now, some would say that is heavy duty promotion by a CEO that some might say should be illegal. Because of course what he wants people to do is buy his stock, because he's telling you that 2025 and 2026 are going to be gangbusters. Anyway, you too, Martin, if you're still around. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the market. I haven't really looked. The last time I looked, it was doing this, but now we're having a little rebound here. So, William, you may be right. Dow is still down, a fair amount. So we've got a little bit of a disconnect in the market. Okay, a little bit of one between the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks, the value stocks and the Dow, growth stocks and the Nas. So Nas is up, Dow is down, SPY's basically flat. Yeah, that's showing up on the momentum scan here, guys. William's talking about BLKB showing up on the momentum scan. Pulled back $4. All right, BHC. You guys were talking about BHC. BHC now showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Now it's coming into 820, 826 is the 200-day moving average. So that might prove to be support. Okay, it might. One moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys. Yes, somebody mentioned the MNDR again. MNDR again. So I had a big pullback. And now is challenging that high there. Again, risky, guys. I mean, it's only been trading 2 days, of course. It has very few shares outstanding. And so you see what I have. I had a price alert set right up around here. I did not take it out yet. We're on the 912 mark, just over that 9. PAX is open. Excuse me, PAX. Okay, PACS. It did not show up on the resume. So IPO'd, it was priced at $21 a share. Sure, you probably, so it's a big IPO, guys. I mean, 21 million at 21 times 21. You can do some math here. Over 400 million. So it's a pretty big, well, right there, 450. So it's a pretty big IPO. Well, again, so remember, maybe you weren't around yesterday. I'm talking to Kay in our YouTube room. Well, there was an exit because the alert was at 390. It moved up and it got back down to 390, and some kind of an algorithm kicked in and said, you know what, we don't like the way it's trading, so we're getting out. Doesn't mean you had to not watch it at all, for the rest of the day, but that's what happened. It's called a profit save, and it is an algo that kicks in. This PAX is really interesting. I really follow it here because, man, yeah, I don't know if just because it's new and it's having did this really get up here? Is that a topping tail way up here, 2340? It looks a lot. Okay, it's only 40 cents. I thought it was like several dollars. So I am going to stick an alert at the high right now. Okay, the high up here. I'm going to stick a price alert at the high Not that far away. I mean, it looks like this is several dollars, but it's only about 40 cents or so. Because it's a modestly or moderately successful IPO. When I say that, it was priced at 21, so it's above it, but it's not like it's at $30 now. Nothing shows when I open range breakout in stocked channels. So are you talking about in our channel bar, Prague? Okay, and you're talking about in the docked channel bar. Don't go here. Don't go to that channel bar. You're talking about the docked channel bar, docked, okay? And then what are you talking? And so what are you trying to? You're talking about this one, the opening range break, okay? Well, you should see this. Really? And you got a green bar, or a green ball, right? You are connected. You know you're connected. You're getting alerts from other things. It's just not this channel. How about another channel? Try another channel. Any other channel? So if I click on metals and mining, so you're not so on any channel, you're not getting anything. Okay. Well, are you? How about yesterday, or is this the first time you've tried? Yeah, off topic. Yeah, sorry. Put this off topic, please. Yeah, just move over to the general market or even the support questions. Okay, support questions. Okay. Are you getting other alerts though from other scans that you've got, real-time alerts? You do have a green ball that shows that you are connected. I'm pointing to the green ball up here. That's the reason then you're not connected to the software. Okay. Did you try to go to use our web-based version, or go to the homepage and use our web-based version? You can only be connected to one sort of aspect of the software at a time. So that's the reason. So what I would do then is just go to account. Oh, so you're not using the downloadable application then? Ah, did you hear me thump that? Prague, what's your address? What's your address? I'm sending you a bill. Oh man, I missed my entry on the MNDR. That's okay. I'm just kidding. All right. So, okay, are you using the web-based version because you don't have a PC? You've got like a Mac, or you're trying to use it on a tablet? Like, why are you using the web-based version? Doggone it. Well, he says he's using the web-based version. Okay, okay. So first of all, use download the app. Okay, don't use the web-based version. The web-based version it's okay, but I mean the app is way better. So download the application. Okay, So download the application, not don't use the web-based version. Okay. Now, and as Pepe is saying, you have to fill out these exchange agreements. Everybody has to fill out the exchange agreements. Nasdaq and New York, etc. They want to make sure that you're not a professional trader, things like that. So they have to be filled out before you'll get anything. Okay, you did that. So download the app. Okay, exit out of the web-based version. Okay, download the app, and then the application, and then we'll see if you've got a green ball. And I'm pretty sure if once you do that, everything will be fine. So this is for everybody, okay? I mean, if you have a PC, don't use the web-based version. Use the downloadable application. It's easier to use. It's more robust. If you have multiple monitors, you can move things around nice easily onto your other monitors. Okay. All right, guys. 11:19. So in about 40 minutes, I will be taking a break. Steve Gomez should be taking over for me. I will confirm that though. So once you do that, Prag, let me know if it worked, okay? Also, just so you know, I mean, username and password, they are case sensitive. That is another major issue that people have sometimes when they log in and they don't realize that their password and username case sensitive. So I see, William, you were talking about EGO. So I'm getting a bit of a delay here. So let me do a reset. I'm getting a bit of a delay. Okay, well, what was a mistake? No, like it was not a mistake that you were using the web-based version. I mean, you just didn't know. Yeah, I've got a lag. Oh, I see. Logging out of the web. Guys, I'm really interested in this one. If it takes out the high of the day later on, okay, this is the PACS. I'm not PAX PACS. Again, not a recommendation to do the same thing that I may do, but and we've got Citigroup and JP Morgan. So among the managers, let me just do a quick look to see what they. So it's a healthcare company. Oh, I see. You're wondering if it's like TDoc, like a telehealth, or what does TDoc do? Aren't they sort of into telehealth, or am I wrong? Anyway, I am going to take a look at that IPO. Oh, they actually made money. Net income of 112 million on 3.1 billion revenue. So they're actually make money. So here we go. We've got Citi, JP, Truist, RBC, and we've got some other co-managers, Oppenheimer. So okay, so there's some big boys behind this. Okay. Ra- Rajesh, good morning. Okay, so yeah, so Andy and Steve are switching. So it's going to be Andy in our YouTube room today. Okay, they tend to do that a lot. I've actually told them, why don't you guys just make the switch permanent? But anyway, so it'll actually be Andy in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I take my break today. Steve will be in tomorrow. I'm not able to see the chart with 15 minutes properly. I only see two candlesticks. Okay. Are you talking about this one? PAX? PACS as an example? Because it just started trading. That's why. If you're referring to this, oh, for any symbol. Okay. Um, so here's a 15-minute chart. Aha, just a minute. Okay, this may be a bad example. Let me get another example. Aha, yeah, something's going on, I think. Yeah, you are right. There is something. Okay, guys, there's the PAX. Okay, guys, so I think yeah, there might be something going on here. Just give me a moment here. No, there's something going on. You're right. I mean, I see the I do see the current candle, but I'm not seeing the previous ones. So I don't know if that. I'm going to now. I'm on the HTML chart, so I want to hit another chart up and see if the same thing is happening. Yeah, the same thing is happening. Yeah, we've got something going on, I guess. Yeah, no, there is something going on. I've just um, I've just put a note in. Okay, good. Okay, well, good. There is a problem. Okay, so guys, there is a problem with our charts right now. You see the current chart, but you only see maybe three. I see 1045, for instance, for Ruckus, 1045, 11, and 11:15. Okay, so we're missing for some reason, but they're aware of it now. Okay, it certainly wasn't all day. And then I thought you were just talking about the one that only had two, PACS. because it literally only had two. All right, guys, PAX. I may if I take this thing, I may even swing it. Believe it or not. I mean, 20 is the what was the IPO price? 22. I'm not a big swing trader, but it has a certain appeal to me. Yeah, pretty weird seeing these charts now, guys. So at least you see the current candle and the previous two. So there is that. Okay, with the with any chart right now. So they are aware of it. The developers are aware of it. I don't think I've seen that before. Every now and then our data providers, we start getting data, and then the charts stop. But I'm not seeing something like this before. Really? It might be a server. It might be a server issue then. All right, guys. So I am now LPTX. I know some of you guys are in this one. Yeah. So there's the high, and it had to take out the 422, which is done. The next high on the weekly chart, anyway, is around 5. And I think they did a financing, right? They did a financing, I believe. Yeah, they did a financing, a $40 million private placement. So they did and at 281 a share. So this is a great reaction, actually. I don't know if they had any other news. All right, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just. So I guess this is a more of a server issue. Okay. Well, we have several servers, so it all depends on what server you're on, and the server I'm on, and others. We're not getting the full a lot of the previous 15-minute candles. Okay, but Andy, as an example, who'll be in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes or so, his charts are fine. So it really depends on the server you're on. He must be on another server. PAX guys, right back up. PAX is right. PACS is right back up. As in right back up. And we have a halt. Oh, this is that NA you were talking about. NA, so they did a financing. $5 million registered direct offering, price of 115. So it's just a little bit above that price. Yes, the CRMD. We have to little shout out to Jose, guys. I don't know, Jose, if you're still in the room, but you mentioned this one yesterday, and you mentioned Sava a couple of days before. How are you spotting these? I know you're doing something regarding options, right? Are you still in the room by any chance? And I'm talking to Jose because you mentioned this one yesterday, and he mentioned Sava a few days before, and they both did very well the next couple of days. So, but it is something to do with options. I mean, I can see the option volume right now, 2,500 contracts. That is 5.3 times normal, but there might be more to it than that. So if you guys see Jose posting something, ask him, okay? I might be on a break or I might not see his posting. So yeah, he mentioned that one yesterday, Casa. He mentioned CRMD yesterday. And not unlike when he mentioned Sava the day before, it actually ran. I think it ran a little bit the day of, but it ran the next day. And it's something to do with options. But it must be something else. I mean, we can scan for, depends what he means by good option plays. Woo. Yeah. Well, of course, okay. This doesn't tell the whole story with JL because I know it had a pull up, not much though, but there it is, 92.84. There was the alert at 92 to short from the combo scan. Well, you know what? Rent's only up 65% now. But look at HYMC 14. I mean, in in a normal day, I'd be probably talking about this one a lot more, HYMC, but in terms of doing a video. Are we stuck? Just give me a moment here. Okay, in YouTube. Okay, I just see the last post was at 11:09. I just put one in at 11:39. Want to make sure we're not stuck. Usually it's a little more active. Yeah. Meanwhile, yeah. Look at this GL. Just wow. What a great. I mean, I didn't take it. 92 though, right there. A little early for me. Could have taken it though when it had the little pull up to 90 and then broke down through 90 again. But look at that. 92 now 83. That's in the combo scan. Well, this is just grunting at me every time it makes a new low. I have the pig sound. The oink is right here on every time this stock makes a new low. That is the sound alert that I'm hearing. And man, oh man, yeah. So yeah, until they come out with some kind of a comment on was it Fuzzy Panda? I think it was Fuzzy Panda, right? They're the ones who are short selling them or put out the report. Well, MNDR doing it again. I have a high. I have a price alert set at the high of the day. Maybe it takes it out later. Okay, guys. Well, did I get any? Didn't get any. Didn't get what I wanted. The MNDR. Again, this is really risky. Okay. All right, guys. I'm getting set to take my break in about 15 minutes. I guess Andy will take over from me. So before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. So you head over and listen to Andy. Singapore stock here, guys. This now we've got some topping tails. Let's see if we can take them out. Okay, guys. Again, 11:46. I'm wrapped up in this thing. So Chewy won't give up 4.5% on 7 million shares. 10-day average is 8.3 million shares. Okay, let's take a look at Chewy. John in our YouTube room pointing out Chewy, CH. Yeah, no kidding. Not an earnings play, March 20th. So earnings is behind it. Probably maybe coming into maybe a resistance area around 1850. Just looking here again, these candles we're only getting so I get nothing before 1045. That's the issue right now with the can. This is the server I'm on. Okay, others may not have that same problem. In fact, I know Andy, who is going to be taking over for me, he does not have the same problem. So we have different servers, of course, to trade ideas. So whatever server I'm on is not showing chart candles before 1045. Yeah, pretty big short float, 17.5%. But again, if you're in this one right now, somehow 1847, 1850 could be the resistance. And if it can take through that, 1874, just looking left where the next highs are. No, I think okay, what happens, Blaine, is I kinda move in and out from my, mic. You're probably I have to practice, I've got 3 monitors, so I'm moving my head back and forth to the different monitors. So right now I'm trying okay, right now it should be probably fine. Okay, so it's me. It's on me. I'll try to remember not to talk when I'm so far away from the mic. Boy, look at Con, guys. I mean, Con is an earnings play. It is making new highs now. I I mean, we don't have cons in Canada, I don't think anyway. But I thought this was I mean, I couldn't believe it when I saw it down to $3. Okay, what I'm gonna do now, guys, is I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Andy's not there yet, but I'll put the YouTube link in. I'm okay, I put the mic sideways, see if that helps a little bit. All right, so here is the YouTube link. So again, Andy's not there yet, but should be there within 10 minutes. So guys, I'm continuing to watch this PACS. Okay, I'm holding 23, IPO'd at 22, so it's a little bit above the IPO price. Just want to see if it, gets some traction later on in the day. Maybe gets up to about that 23.50 level. And if it does, I may take some and I may even hold some. Take a look at CarMax, guys, KMX, earnings play. These little, yeah, let me see if maybe if I do an account reset. I wonder if I actually reloaded Trade Ideas, if that would help. I might do that when I'm on my break just to see. It is Thursday. It is Thursday, Dip Buyer. You're absolutely right. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do now is just put the announcement in. I sometimes don't want to forget to put it there. So on a break, not yet, but soon. Yeah, CADL. I saw, who was that? Somebody mentioned CADL. Catal Trader did. CADL. Yeah. So this orphan drug status. That's what this was all about this morning. The big pop. Ah, we're back. I'm back. Let's take a look now. I think everything's good again. Yeah, back to normal. Rajesh, how about you? You should be back. Should be back to normal now. Yeah, it may take a while, but yes. Excuse me. As you say, gradually building it. I'm completely back to normal now. Now, are you using the HTML charts? Let me just see, just for argument. I'll just see what the other charts are like. No, this is the old chart, so I'm completely back to normal. Now, just a minute here. Let me load rent because rent had a lot of pre-market action. Maybe I spoke too soon. No, there's the pre-market. Okay. I seem to be back to normal. All right, guys. So the PACS looks like it's really trying to hold at 23. No, well, you can refresh. You can try this. Okay. Reset the connection. You will not lose your data. Okay. You can try that, right, Rajesh? Okay. Account, reset connection. Okay. But if you reload trade ideas, I know what you're talking about. For instance, I would lose all of this previous data. I'd only see the top two. Okay. I know what you're talking about. But try to do a reset. That might work. All right, guys. What time is it now? 11:57. So Andy might be here really soon. So let me just get rid of my music. There we go. Man, GL continues. Talk about LPTX. Well, it did a financing, $40 million. Good. Sorry. Did a financing, fairly low float, 24 million in the float. Don't really know what else I can talk about it. I mean, it had a nice pullback a little bit. Remember, in the pre-market, it got up to 426 or so, pulled all the way back down to 313. But for me right now, it's a little bit choppy. There's a high right there that it's got to contend with again, 424. All right, guys, just waiting for Andy. Should be here any moment now. He may have more to say about it. Bezavi? There he is. See the GL, little bit of a pop. Okay, guys. So Andy just showed up in our YouTube room, so I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can welcome you to YouTube, Andy. How are you?
Doing great, Barry. How are you doing?
Great. All right.
Yeah,
How about that
nice.
rent? I only
Yeah,
left
that
about
rent. Yeah,
$10 on the table,
crazy.
but
What
jeez.
what a move, huh?
No kidding. No kidding.
Oh
Well,
no.
that's what the float will do. You know, it has about 1.5 million in the float. They did a reverse split a little while ago. And today's an earnings day, such as it is. But man, looks good in our AI, though, for sure.
Yes, yes, yes. That is definitely one to have on your AI.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
man, how you?
Any-
Is
Sorry.
that primarily the only thing you played today? Was it? Or that's just the big one, huh?
That was the big one, yeah. But I did not take full advantage of it. I only made a couple of dollars on it.
Sure.
So,
I
but
know the feeling, man.
well, because it had a huge pullback at one point, and I thought, okay, that's it, and then it didn't matter. But you know what? It's been an exhilarating day after yesterday. Look at the market now, Andy. So I'm sure you saw in the pre-market, you saw that nice pop we had
Mm-hmm.
at 8:30,
Yep.
the PPI numbers, job numbers, whatever. Then we had the drop though, from about
Yeah.
9:30 when market opens. But now look, we're coming right back.
I see.
So yeah.
I see. Let
So maybe it is not all doom and gloom. Who knows?
Maybe not. We'll see. Well, we did some damage on that breakdown, on the SPY
We
below
did.
the 20. Yeah, there's some damage been done. So we'll see. As a matter of fact, I have some FAS. I just covered some about 10
Hmm.
minutes ago just because I felt it was over. The XLF bounced right off its 50 period moving average.
Right. Okay.
So
All right, my
that's
friend. Well, I'll let you go, and I'll see you in about an hour.
all right, Barry. Yeah, take your
Okay.
time. Yeah, no hurry.
Okay, I will. Okay, 2 hours. Bye.
There you go. Bye
Okay,
bye.
bye.
Excuse me here. I'm fumbling. Trying to get these dialed in here. Time frame, we want to go a 15-minute here, and we want to go a daily here. But if I switch this, why isn't why is this remaining a monthly? Huh. Strange. Let's put a daily back on. May have to report a plug on this latest bill. There's that daily. Well, I was talking about that XLF. The reason I covered some of my FAS. I mean, okay, so a daily and a monthly. If I swap them, okay, this is not swapping for some reason. Flip flopping. Hmm. Oh well. Let me put this back on a 15-minute chart so we can look at some. All right, guys. Welcome to the support webinar. Uh, my name is Andy. If it's your first time in here, we take over Barry's live stream for about an hour. So help anybody that may be having issues with the software, maybe looking to try to build a configuration or something like that. If you do have any questions, just drop it into the chat panel and we will tackle them the best we can. Let me do this. Let me duplicate this outside free floating window and see if I can get this thing to switch now. Yeah, it's not doing. Let me see if I have properties. All right, let me do this right here, just so I can get duplicate here, and I'll just pull up two charts. Be kind of squunchy. Okay, there's a 15-minute. There's the daily. There you go. That'll work. All right. One other thing. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I'm just kind of fumbling around. We like to use this layout to kind of show everybody all the little new innovations that we have with the tree maps, races, which is a good idea, but it kind of messes me up. Let me gonna take a look at my positions here real quick. All right. All right, guys. Yes, fire away. You guys want to talk? If we don't have any questions regarding the software, feel free to talk about stocks, charts. It's something maybe you want me to look at. We'll be happy to do that. I'm gonna bring this over here so I can keep an eye on my positions. And yeah, the spies trying to dig in and go back to highs. Ooh, look at that daily. That's what you call poking a little turtle head. Steve and I like to call that. Just poking his little turtle head sticking up there. What? It's a nice daily from about 60 cents. That was a nice setup coming into the day and a gap and go. And once again, the guys that you know that I follow, I follow these. I've been doing actually pretty well on my China stocks. Just sticking with them. Been in some of them for a very long time, but once again, you get this action where they will open up. Why aren't you changing? Why aren't you changing? Hmm. Well, I am struggling with some of the. I am on a new build, so seeing a little bit of an issue with the charts here. So I'm gonna have to report that. Okay. Something to do with my brokerage plus window. It's changing when I hit it over here. Huh. It's weird. Let's take a look at the markets real quick. SPY, like I said earlier, a lot of damage was done. We broke that 20. I mean, we've been holding that 20 ever since November. I go back to November. Yeah, we've been above this 20 for a long time. A little bit of a, break below it, but nothing major. Still within that realm. And then the last few days, that ugly day there, we tried to fight back, gap down. So have some work to do. Now you got the 10 period kind of folding, kind of trying to cross over the 20 period, which is not very bullish in the short term. So we'll see what happens. Definitely no man's land. If you are a swing trader, it's it's an area I think you need to shorten your time frame. Look for quicker moves, because really we haven't gone anywhere in the last couple of months. There, just I mean, little movement breakout, but then back below our moving averages. Am I? Is my chat working? Or are you guys just really, really that quiet today? Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, because it is definitely quiet. Yeah, Habesha day trader. I will. There's a filter you want to use, and I'll just pull up a uh, new alert window. And bring it over here. And what you want to do is search for, just put pre-market high in there, and you want to use distance from pre-market high. And yeah, below pre-market high, above pre-market high, or position in pre-market range. That's the one I would use. Okay, so what I would use is maybe a 5-minute alert. If you want to, you can use a new high if you want the stock hitting a new high and it's getting close to the pre-market. But I would use position in pre-market range. Ranges are very powerful. So what you can do here is just add a filter, okay, and then position in pre-market range. So 100 would be the max. Okay, so 100% would be the pre-market high. So if you only want to see stocks that are near the pre-market high, I would put something like 95% in the minimum column. In that way, you would be notified if the stock is hitting whatever alert that you use. Say you're using a 5-minute high, or like I said, if you want the stock hitting an intraday high, but it hasn't quite taken out the pre-market high, that's probably the ideal situation. I would use this position in pre-range market and just put a minimum of 95. Now, if you don't want to see it above, you can always come in here and put 100 as a max. And that way you won't see stocks hitting a new high that are well above their pre-market high. In other words, you missed it, but potentially. So that's a nice little configuration right there. Obviously, you have to use this with an alert that alerts you something, or you can use it in a top list. You say you only want to see stocks that are near their pre-market high. You could do that, and Obviously you want to add some other filters. You want it up a certain percentage on the day, but that's what you want to use. Habesha, you're welcome. You're welcome. Mike C, what's up, man? Yeah, I bought Baba yesterday, actually. Uh, I think, let's see, I'm in it about right now. I'm in it at 74.32 is where I'm in it. But it's crazy. These China stocks, crazy. The markets over there are doing fine, but it's a grind. B- Picking bottoms and picking tops is not easy. And what I'm seeing in the China markets is they are bouncing. All you got to do is take a look at KWeb, and let's take a look at the daily here. Let me. And ever since this low back over here, you've definitely had higher lows. There's one there, there's one there, there's one there, there's one there, and there's one there. So you're making uh, higher lows as it creeps up. But I definitely been doing some, scalping. So in other words, I buy on the pullbacks on these things, and not chasing highs like today, because I'm seeing this over and over where they'll gap up and they'll get hit over here. So a lot of times I'll buy, stuff on the pullback. Uh, because I think once these things get going, they can really get going. All right, let me catch up here. Question: I've been trying to use more TI charts than TradingView charts. How do you create and attach a chart to multiple stocks? I'm not sure what you're meaning there, Kay, on multiple stocks. Now you can attach a chart to a. Let's just bring up a new chart real quick. Well, I can do it here, I think. All right, so let's say you have are you talking about multiple scans? So in other words, if you have maybe two or three scans running that you want to attach that chart to a scan, I mean, you cannot attach it to individual stocks. You can attach it to a scan, which has the stocks in it. Okay. And the way you do that is just right click and you go to properties, and then you go to symbol linking. And then this is where you can link. So in other words, you can come in here and you can put, I want this one to link to all green scans. And then what you can do is once you do that is you can go over here and you can color code this, do the same things. Let's say this massive momentum, you want to attach this chart to this scan only. Okay. So you would come over here, do symbol linking, turn this green, right? And then turn this chart green, and it's only going to pull up those charts. I hope that makes sense. Okay. Can you not hear me? You dropped that question in there again, I think. Let's see. Did I miss something? No, it looks like you just repeated. Did you get that, Kay? It's PDD. It's not doing anything. Why is one alert going on? It must have been alert I said earlier. Um, case you didn't catch that, Kay, what you want to do is you cannot attach a stock to an individual chart unless you just build a symbol list of the chart of stocks you want in it and put it in a scan. All right. And then you can attach the chart to that scan like I'm talking about. And once again, you right click, you go to properties, symbol Lincoln, and you can color code uh, your charts and your scans that you want to attach that to. If you didn't get that, we can send you, it's in our user guide where you can take a look how to do that. All right. Some good questions. Brigatti, I'm not sure what you mean. Which window is it? Yeah, the semis have been doing well today. Bumping up against its 20 period moving average. Pin between this 10 and 20 right now. See what happens. C and K. Yep, that would have been a good short this morning. Breaking down below its 20 there. And you're right. Looks like it wants to go to lows again, and it's taken out. No, not quite. That low over there is 1358. Gets through that, probably going to drop to its 50 period moving average. And that candle trying to go to highs right as we speak. Nice little horseshoe pattern. Looks like it might want to have another 80 cents in it. If it does, on the daily chart there, it's your next high is 784. T-Doc. Yeah. I'm in a little, still in a little bit of T-Doc that basically bought right here. I think my average price is 14.57. I'm even doing a little bottom fishing on AI today. I know it's an ugly chart, but just feel like that rubber band is really stretched. Now, if I'm wrong, I'll definitely get out. Yeah, Amazon has definitely been strong. Look at that, back to all-time highs, isn't it? Oh, no worries. I do that all the time in my in my Slack. I'll be trying to type in a symbol and I forgot my talking to somebody and I'll be putting stock symbols in there. Let's see what's the high of that AI for today. Maybe it gets through. It's got a ways to go. Needs to poke its head through that 60 level, 65 level. I think it might get there. I mean, definitely an ugly chart. I mean, it's one of those ones where, hey, I'm going to give it a shot. If I'm wrong, I get out for a paper cut. If I'm right, it's funny. But it's just crazy. These stocks they get hit like I said, like this PDD I bought yesterday, added to my position yesterday at around 1850. These things in KWeb, I sold some this morning, and I'm looking to get back in if it fills the gap, which it probably will. Especially if it comes down here near these moving averages, I'll probably just get back in. See where I sold some today, and I'll be looking to add. It just for some reason they don't like them going over here. Well, spies kind of fell asleep after that initial move. Yeah, you're right there, Mike. It needs right now. It's definitely a no man's land, and one I'll be quick to cut if it definitely fails and goes back to Lowe's. That's for sure. Colgate palm olive. Must have set that alert some time ago. See why? I see why. But it's breaking everything. Probably set it back when it was over here. What stacked window channel are you using? I mean, basically, what you see here, this is just a race. We can dig into the configurations of these, but this basically is just a momentum race. Stocks that are doing, relative volume up from the close a certain percent. Uh, I mean, you can see all these are up 16%, 47%. So you can see definitely a momentum one. And there's no filter on here as far as price, because I see some penny stocks actually coming through as well. So not my, it's probably more Barry's type of style. Not my type of style. Just we like to kind of showcase all of our newest features, like I was saying. But this is not a channel. Well, this I don't. No, I don't think this is a channel. This is just a kind of a docked window that was shared to me, and that a lot of us are using in these webinars just to kind of, like I said, showcase a lot of our new features. And like I said, it's not my style. I'll go back to my layout, but and everybody's seen that forever in here, but it's more of a swing trading layout. It's a beautiful thing about trade ideas. A lot of people they understand that it's great for momentum, right? Because no one beats us in real time alerts out there and scanning capability. But uh, oh, you can do so much with it, And like I said, I use it for swing trading. Build some great scans for swing trading. Oh yeah, I got you're right. Trader 77, 30-year bond auction in 30 minutes. Speaking of bonds, take a look. TLT, see if it's still under pressure though. Yeah, rising interest rates is not a good formula for a bull market. Excuse me just one second here. Grab this over here. Layouts. Yeah, this is you're right, trader. The dollar, going higher and bonds getting hit, not ideal. Definitely a market you don't want to be chasing in. You can get your pitch in this type of market though. If you're patient, wait for levels, momentum, and kind of dies out when you start breaking key moving averages. And yeah, there's really not a whole lot of a little bit of support here. At the Yeah, I can see a little bit of support here in the TLT anyway. Oh man, yeah, that was a heartbreaker, man. Gosh, I think if they could have gotten through that game, they had a chance because I think they would have beaten Duke perfect circle. They played well. The start of that overtime, just that crazy bounce off the rim, and they got a 3-pointer right there. Yeah, it just kind of went downhill from there. But I was proud of them. They performed well, but man, that was close. But I don't think anybody was going to mess with UConn, man. They just destroyed everybody. Yeah, yeah. I thought if anybody could play them close, uh, would be Purdue, man. With Edie, man, that big Leviathan. I thought maybe, but
I got to
they.
break in.
Uh oh.
I got to break in. I got to ask, do you Americans even know why Yukon called the Huskies? Do you even know why?
I have no idea why.
You really don't, do you? Do
I
you?
don't. I don't know why mascots are called mascots.
Well, I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
Here's your geography lesson. Up in Canada, up in the great north, we have the Yukon. Okay, Yukon, the
Okay. I am
Yukon.
familiar with that. Yeah.
Okay, and guess what breed of dog is very, very prevalent up in the Yukon?
Husky.
A husky. Okay, that's
Now,
why they're called the Huskies, the Yukon Huskies.
I'm gonna have to delve into that and do some
Oh, that's
research.
the reason. There's no other reason. There is no other reason. That is the reason for sure, 100%. If I'm wrong, I quit Trade Ideas in the next 5 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
All
I
right.
no,
I had to
I
pop. I
believe
just
you. I
had to
just
pop in. That's the reason. That's the only reason. There's no other reason that why would a school call themselves Huskies? I mean, there could be a reason. Maybe they got dogs running around, but that's not it. It's because of the Yukon in the north in Canada's north. I'll leave you. I'll
okay.
leave you
Oh,
to
all
mull
right.
that
Yeah,
over.
that's an interesting fact. I'll definitely, yeah, I'll definitely
And I
look
don't
into
care what Wikipedia says. I don't care what any.
it.
That's the reason. Okay, bye.
It makes sense, Barry. All right.
Bye.
Bye bye. All right. Yeah, let me take off these Pre and post market on my spies here is messing up. Sorry, I'm mumbling to myself over here. Yeah, we've gone dead. We had that one little nice little green candle in the spy, and it's kind of died. Maybe it's building up some steam here. Yeah, the way this market has traded over the last several years, especially several months, yes, I think it does. Now, do I think it can actually get back through uh, the 20 period? I'm gonna say no, but I can see it going to highs and maybe that'd be actually be a nice move. I can't even see it doing that, getting anywhere near. But like I said, it's been a resilient market over the last several months, so we'll see. But the trend that is definitely in the short term has changed, and we'll have to see. I mean, I think you got to definitely keep an eye on KRE and these regional banks. They came down and bounced today, but they're under some pressure, and actually went to a what about a 4-month low today at one point. Yeah, that's it gets below that daily. I'm assuming this is a 200. Yeah, that could get ugly. And of course, that would probably spill over into the XLF, the major financials. So keep an eye on that for sure. I mean, nice bounce off the 200 so far, but I think a lot of eyes are probably on the regional banks over the next couple of weeks, especially if interest rates keep going higher. All right, but on the 15-minute time frame, that's kind of constructive. Even though we're not going anywhere, we're definitely kind of digging in and looking like we want to, at least maybe take out this 1 hour, high if you can get there. Yeah, you're right there, and that's typically what happens. Uh, and it's not just in banks. You've seen it happen throughout the years in several sectors, oil, medical. I mean, where they let let the smaller ones get destroyed, and they'll come up and you're right, pick them up on the tree. But there can be a lot of uh, uh, I guess some you know what's the word I'm looking for? Gosh, I can't think of the word. Sorry, had bronchitis for like a few this past couple of weeks, man. It's like it's destroying my brain. I think some of the medication, but contagion can spill over into the larger banks because there's definitely some ties, especially if you find some of the larger banks that are so heavily leveraged, like happened in 2008, 2009. It's going to happen again. So they could all get hit, in the short term, and then over the long term, yes, the larger banks will come out that much stronger, rising up from the ashes with control of all the smaller banks' assets. Yeah, yeah, I got it. I'm watching over here. I was uh I'm looking to add, but I also got some other China stocks. So, but what it just tagged? Did it tag the whole number there? Yeah, I did. Yeah, you got some Trader 77s. You got some nice kind of support there uh, on that K web. I don't know what's wrong with Baidu. It's I'm buying it at this level, but on the daily, but uh, see, I bought it back over here and made some decent money, and then I re-entered here, but boy, it cannot get a bounce for nothing. It's just maybe it's trying to put in maybe a longer term kind of head and shoulders, but boy, it's had no strength whatsoever. And really, the same thing could be said about PDD, which is odd to see KWeb trading where it is without some of these big boys that are heavily uh, have a pretty heavy weighting in that sector in that ETF. But I really think that PDD can get above. If you look at the weekly, it's what I'm eyeballing in this PDD. I mean, no, it's Baidu. What am I doing? Just wondering why that looks so ugly. If you can get back above, that 10 period moving average on the, you can see it's been kind of holding it down, except for this earnings play right there, but it just came right back down. So if it can get it back above that 10 period on the weekly, I think this thing could be back off to the races. A lot of people may be thinking, why are you trying to, pick a bottom in these? Uh, it's not really picking a bottom. The bottom was in several months ago, and so I'm just kind of playing off the bottom, okay, which to me is a lot easier. Like even like stocks like Baidu, I mean, even though they're not doing anything, I mean, if you look, you don't get crushed in some of these things. Like if you were playing AMD, trying to play AMD over the last several days, I mean, put it back on the daily. I mean, that's tough. I mean, you basically got crushed. Now you compare this to something like some of the China stocks I'm playing. It's just the opposite. You're getting they come down to a certain level, but that's usually entry. A good place to enter. And when these things get overextended, like your Nvidias and your AMDs and some of the other ones, to me, they're difficult to play because you do get these big swoons down at times because they are overextended. What do I think of Papa? No, Para. Let's take a look. Now the intraday looks nice. The daily, not so much, because you're under pressure below all these moving averages. Although one can argue after this move, okay, you've had several down moves and now you've had your first bar reversal. So that's definitely can create some buying interest, whether it's short covering, new buying interest coming in. But you definitely have some headways up here once it gets about another 50 cent higher above the 20, at 20, 10, 50, kind of all right there in a row. Uh, but in the short term, I could see why one would be interested in something like that. Let's see, relative volume, not bad. 1.5, pretty much. Ah, you're welcome. Yeah, I like charts like that that had a nice green candle and uh consecutive days of pullback, and I'm always willing to give it a shot on something like on a bar reversal like that, even if it is below some moving averages, because I would have a pretty strong feeling that at least in the short time there may be a move back up to those averages. VIPS alert, and I did buy VIPS today at right there. We'll see what happens. Trying to go back to highs. It's kind of like in this daily setup, trying to poke above, break this trend line. It's kind of wedging. See what happens. SPY trying to push up there near highs. And so I guess that auction's coming up here in 8 minutes. All right, let's take a look at some of these piss ants, I like to call them. That was a nice move there. Wow. Well, I like to sing that setup. That was a nice setup. That's right, man. The dawn of the dead scanner, man. I pull it up every now and then, Mike C. And you might find AI on there. Getting back to AI, I mean, how many times do you see a stock that had earnings, right? And had that kind of move after earnings, just a huge move. And then since that time, it's just been on a death march. Now, what I like about sometimes, trading these type is when they come down to key levels like this and they break them. Is a lot of time it's a shakeout, kind of exhaustion shakeout move. I'm not saying that's going to happen today. I'm probably going to be punching out here, if it gets anywhere near lows, but for a paper cut, but still, it may want to bleed more, but that's ugly. What's Meta? Meta was setting up good coming into the day and kind of slopping around, not doing anything. Shop, another ugly one. And the SPY kind of putting in a little topping tail as it broke through that 1 hour high. All right, just a couple of more minutes left with you guys. What's rent doing? Rent, paying Barry's rent, mortgage payment.
Uh-huh. When you every time I see that, I was saying earlier, just reminds me of the Broadway musical. I can't not think of it. Or maybe you didn't know there was one. You never heard of Rent?
I have heard of Rent. I haven't seen
Okay.
Rent, but I have
No,
heard of
I've
Rent.
not seen
Yeah,
it either. But
yeah.
I think it was pretty popular a few years ago. But,
I remember. Yep.
you know what? Keep an eye on this one. I know this is not necessarily what you would want to do, but keep an eye on this PACS. Okay, IPO today. The IPO is at $22, so it's just a little bit above the IPO price. Some big guys behind it. I think JP Morgan and Citi and a few others are behind it. It's
Okay.
a medical, something to do with in that sector.
Okay.
I like the way it's trading. I mean,
Sure do.
I
I
kind
do
of like the
too.
way it's,
It's
just over the
channeling here.
IPO price,
Uh-huh.
you know.
Put you a little alert
And
there in case it wants to go through. And me, I'd like a head start, maybe around 23.30. Interesting. Interesting. There's not much volatility to be an IPO, huh?
exactly. Well,
Yeah.
it's got it released how many shares? 21 million shares. So I mean, it's a fairly big IPO in that regard. And at
Right. Right.
21, so raised $450 million.
Okay.
So yeah, about 21.5 million shares, and it was priced at 21. So, I
Okay.
always like the ones, of course, that are above the IPO price, and so
Sure.
that there's a little bit of enthusiasm. But
Sure.
I'm inclined that if it takes out the high of the day, maybe today, I may, and dare I say, swing this one.
Ah,
I
boy.
know, I know. Well, I've got a pretty defined stop area, and even if it's a couple of dollars away, who knows? Who knows what this might do?
Yeah. Yeah, no,
So,
I definitely like that. I'll put a couple of I put an alert in there in case it goes off. I
uh,
can have my eyes on it. What did Reddit?
okay.
I tried to bounce in Reddit yesterday, ended up flattening it, but
Hmm.
yeah, yeah, it bounced a little bit today, huh?
Yes,
Yep.
it did.
Yep.
All right, my friend.
All right,
So,
Barry. Well,
thank
have a
you.
yeah, my pleasure. Have a good one,
I
and
will.
we'll see you around tomorrow.
Oh, you're going to be doing it tomorrow too?
No, no, I'll just see you around. I'll see you around in the
Okay.
Slack. All right?
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. No, I
All
thought
right,
maybe you
guys.
were going to do a double duty on it. Okay, let
Oh,
me take over the screen here. There we go. Okay, yeah. Thanks, Andy, for spelling me. Much
oh,
appreciated.
you bet,
So,
man. You're welcome,
uh,
Barry. Have a good one, man.
okay.
And you
Bye
guys
bye.
do the same. See you, perfect circle.
All right, guys. Just got to get my music going in both rooms. All right, guys. Back in both rooms now. And I was just talking to Andy, and I'm continuing to watch this PACS. Yeah, I mean it's been holding really nicely between that 23 and say 2340 area. Not too volatile. I have a couple of price alerts set, and who knows? I may. It depends on what it does today. I may take some, and I may even try to swing it. Have a pretty well defined stop area, and you never know where this could go. It's got some pretty big boys behind it, so we'll see. I had to do a reboot because my charts were taking about 20 or 30 seconds to load. So something was probably messed up with the server, so I had to do a reboot. So I have lost a lot of my original alerts, but man, I almost almost doesn't cut it though. Man, oh man, I almost took this GL short at just on the 79 break. There was a green bar ignored there. I know from the combo scanner, of course, it was a $92 suggested short. 90 at 92. Look at it now, 75. And as William said before, so far the company has not really tried to defend themselves yet. This was a fuzzy panda. It was one of these new shorts. I'm going to call them new. I only heard about them. I don't know, a few months ago, maybe within the last year. Fuzzy panda, one of these groups that come out with these scathing reports. But man, oh man, this is just. I think when I think it's near a 4-year high. Take a look at the monthly chart. I think it's near a 4-year high. Sorry, low. Yeah, so that's July of 2020. So almost 4 years ago. Yeah, 69 cent. So it still has room to that low. Not saying it's getting there, but man, oh man, what a delicious short that I'm not in. Soldier through the vacuum. Excuse me, the vacuuming. You're right, Mike C. And now, just kind of, I had a little bit of fun on my own with the MNDR. It kind of did what I was hoping it would do. You had that big move up to 12. Oh man, and that was right at 12:15. So when I was on my break, while I was vacuuming or letting the Roomba. Yeah, you know what? The SPY has. You're absolutely right, Sarah. The SPY has put in a great bump. I mean, bump. I thought this was a real oh moment. This was about an hour, almost an hour straight down after being up for an hour in the pre-market. That looked like okay. You remember what happened yesterday, guys? We're not going to forget it until the market was just selling off. But look at this, great move, great move. And the auction, yeah, so the auction at 1 o'clock, the bond auction. So I guess the auction was okay. And is there somebody? I think somebody might be talking later. Yeah. So at 1:30, Bostic, one of the and so Collins talked at noon. Bostic talks at 1:30, and another one of those Fed presidents. So he talks at 1:30 to see if he has any effect on the market. Don't understand what you meant there, Mike C, on the rent. You know, rent hat is already, or are you talking about something you posted yesterday? Rent already had earnings after hours yesterday. Had earnings after hours yesterday. So are you talking about maybe a second day continuation of earnings for rent? Okay, so that's what I thought you meant. Yeah, so they did the reverse split, which was effective on April the 3rd. So a little over a week ago, did the reverse split, and what a run. That headline is gone. They did a reverse split, didn't they? I'm sure they did a reverse split, and it was effect. There it is, right there. I just want to see what the ratio. Oh, there it is, 1 for 20. So let's put it in some kind of context, guys. Yeah. So I mean, right now, if you had been a shareholder before the reverse split and really ticked off, I mean, it looks good right now, but remember, this is like 88 cents. This is like 88 cents. They did a 1 for 20 reverse split. But anybody who like us who are, certainly me, I don't think I'd ever traded this one before. We don't care. I mean, all we see is the price right now. People who are trapped in it for months and months, they're going, yeah, right. It's still an 88-cent stock. It's like AMC. This is really a 23-cent stock, guys. I know it says $2.30 or whatever it says, 270, it's 27-cent stock, but they did a 1 for 10 reverse split. You know what is finally, I mean, if GMA gets back, now again, this is all split adjusted also. GME, wow. I mean, so here's GME. There was the earnings day right there, and since then it's just dropping and dropping. It's got to get down to about $4, I think, and that would be kind of where it came from. Yeah, $3 4. So that's January of 2020, 2021, when all the nonsense started. So it gets back down there, getting closer and closer. So guys, I'm kind of sitting on my hands right now. I've had a pretty good day, I mean, I left a ton of money on the table with rent, but happy enough to do what I did. The MNDR was, quick while I was on my break, and now I'm just kind of waiting on the PACS just in case it takes out the high of the day. I'll probably take that as a swing. And unfortunately, yeah, the GL. Wow, I mean, massive, massive miss. This is almost as good as rent, just the other way. Not quite as good as rent because of the price on the percentage move, but man, one could argue though, since that little pull up here, it has been straight down. Just a little glimpse of green here, but since this, call it 90, it has been almost straight down. So a lot easier to trade than a rent. Amazing. So perfect circle. So this group called Fuzzy Panda obviously came out with a scathing report of GL. I think almost calling it fraud. So you know what? I mean, I think this is sort of the new Hindenburg. I can't remember the last couple that they've done, but they seem to be very effective at driving a company down with a lot of research. Now, again, the company, there we go. Laura, in a Fuzzy Panda research report on the company titled Globe Life, executives disregarded wide ranging insurance fraud while they received millions in undisclosed kickback scheme. So that is the reason. And so far, the company has not come out with a refutation of that. I would expect that sometime tomorrow. But wow, 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 wow. William, I know you were playing this, but I think you're trying to play bounces and things like that. Oh, I keep doing that. Oh, because I mean, I was hemming and hawing. I know I'm repeating myself, but taking this right around the break of 79. So down 30% now. It's not a high float, not low, but it's not a high float. 91 million market cap being destroyed. I mean, this was already in somewhat of, well, it was in a downtrend from here, from March the 7th. So a little over a month ago. It's been moving down, 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 down. And I don't know, maybe, just maybe, some knew that this panda, Fuzzy Panda, was going to come out with some kind of report because this is sort of in advance of it. Yes, the ambulance chaser is absolutely. Let's see what Wells Fargo, they cut their, okay, well, you're a little late now. You might want to revise that. They're cutting their target price from 132 to 132 from 146. And that's today. I mean, that is today. Jeffries cut from 136 down to 122. Well, I'll just keep it up, or I'll keep this chart up here. All right, guys. I mean, again, it just is unbelievable. My sound alert here is the grunt 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 from a pig, and it just keeps over and over and over again torturing me. All right, I see Infa showed up. Let's see in the combo scan for a potential long. 38.58 was the alert. Now look right there. So I would not take it unless it certainly broke through here. And what's the volume like? So good relative volume has to be. Big option volume today, guys. Not the volume itself, but what it normally does. So 11,650 contracts today. That is 17 times normal. Okay, so 17 times normal option volume coupled with 8 times normal volume. That gives us something to really watch. And this has come back from being down for the day because now it's just over, it's like 2.28% up. So it was down for the day. You can see where it closed yesterday, right up here. So now it is up for the day. Okay, give me a moment. Yeah, I mean, at some point, you're right, Mike, and anybody else watching this. I mean, at some point, it'll probably have a bounce. How big a bounce? I don't know. I mean, look here at 12:15. You know, a lot of people probably may have thought, well, that must be the end. Now it'll maybe bounce a little bit, but that was really short lived. I mean, really short lived. Hardly any range in that green candle at all. Wow. All right, you guys are talking about ELYM, which was super active in the pre-market. Yeah, you're right. It is actually coming out of a bit of a consolidation, a choppy consolidation, I call it, with the topping tails and the bottoming tails on that 15-minute chart. But yeah, but look at the volume, guys. You can't really see it. Okay. I'm not saying it won't move, but I mean, there's not been a big volume surge on this. I mean, you look at the 15-minute chart, you can't even see yeah, I mean, it's that little one there. So there's no, I mean, it may keep going, but it's not like there's a big volume push to keep this going. So I'd be a little reluctant to take that trade right now if I were, if you're looking at it, unless you're already in it down here, fine. But don't let me hold you back. If you guys think it's, anybody looking at this saying, "Oh, I don't care. I don't care that there's no volume," or I mean, there's volume. Don't get me wrong. It's just that it's not standing out. Traded the float double. You can see that 18 million in the float. It's traded 36 million. So now this might be a first. Can that red? I don't know if it's possible. Can that red candle catch up to that volume volume bar here? Can they join and pass each other? I know that can't happen because this will adjust. But look at this 70 now. My gosh. So GME spiked after I was talking about them just a while bit. Yeah, it's a little bit of a spike. You're right. You're right. It is a spike. Why? Who knows? Well, maybe 70 holds it. I don't know though. 70, it's right now the bid has 70.02, 70.20. Maybe 70 holds it. Well, no, not at all. Wow, not even close. 70 did not even come close to holding it so far. Well, maybe it has. Maybe it has. I mean, it got down to what, 669, 65 or so, 69.50. And again, I have to, I can't remember. I think it's approaching that low I was talking about. Yeah, so there's a low right there, 69.47, okay? 69.47. And that was about 4 years ago, July of 2020. So right there. So it's just a little bit above that low. I mean, if look, guys, if it takes that out, the next low on the monthly chart, granted, is 62. Be interesting to see what it does tomorrow. See if they come out and say, this fuzzy panda group, they are full of it. And here's why. Well, well, so much for 70, guys. I thought maybe 70 might hold it, but so much for 70 holding it. I'm watching, believe it or not, I'm just going to watch on another 69 break. Wow. Whew. Well, it's going to be fabulous or very interesting to watch this one tomorrow. Okay, just give me a moment. I have a cat. Okay, so just for those of you looking at what Shady is trying to do, if it gets to 70-30, he's going to take the trade on a bounce. Okay. And with a 68.50 stop. 68.50 looks like the low. Yeah, the low. May not happen. I mean, it may not get to 70-30, of course, as it continues to make make its way down. This is one of the more catastrophic ones we've seen in a while, guys. I mean, really, $100 stock down, back down to 67, and it's not a bio. I mean, you'll see, sometimes you see bios that do that. Horrible phase one, phase two, phase three data, something like that. I mean, it could be really bad. But this is an insurance company. You don't typically see this sort of action with an insurance company. Yeah, I mean, there's just really nobody stepping in yet, and this is now this candle, other than the candle right there, the 9:30 opening 15-minute candle. This is now the biggest candle of the day. I mean, the selling is just increasing, and one of the reasons, of course, 1.92 million shares available at Interactive Brokers to short. So I'm sure most brokerages have plenty of shorts available. I'm just going to keep it here because now I think what did I say? Was it $62? Did I say 62? Yeah, 62. I mean, the next low, I'm not saying it's getting there, but why not? The next low is 62.75 on the monthly chart. If it takes that out, 56, $57 is the next low. That could be very close to a lifetime low. I'm looking at the my lifetime low percent, 13%. What does that mean? So if I could have a lifetime candle, it'd be right down here. Okay, right in the very low of a lifetime candle. If I could have one, There's no such thing as a lifetime candle, I guess, right? I don't think I've ever seen one. All right, now Shady is going. I'll take the trade at 67 with a dollar 50 stop, 65.50 stop. That is what he is saying this time. If it gets to 67, of course. But this is wild. You're right. I mean, for an insurance company, I might as well keep this monthly chart up because oops, not like that though. Yeah, just keep this monthly chart up. There's the price 66 in the y-axis, 66.46. So just keep an eye on that right down here, 62.86 or so. I mean, maybe this holds it, this low, maybe. I'm sorry, this one here. Oops. 62.75. Okay, 62.75. I mean, that is the next low on a monthly chart, okay? See how hard it is to play bounces, though. I mean, I'm sure at many points along the way, people were saying it's got to bounce here, 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 here. And once it does bounce, when it does bounce, I'm assuming it's hard for me to believe it'll just close right at the low of the day. It might. And then you look in retrospect, and, it has a $4 or $5 bounce, and you go, man, but it's hard. Look at, it's really hard to predict where this is going to bounce. Well, well, okay, guys, there you go. I mean, now it's at that low. It's at that low. Next low, next low. Again, not saying it's getting there. 56.74 is the next low. If it can really take this out, that low right there of that 62.75. Okay, so I mean it's 50, 60, 50, 60 cents below that now. Yeah, let's keep putting price alerts. And now it's halted, and it's a volatility halt actually. So this is not a news halt. Well, at least it's gives us something exciting to watch, guys, for the balance of the day. See what happens with this thing. Tell you guys, next Fuzzy Panda, I'm all in. Mortgaging everything to the hilt and just piling into whatever short or option they have next, or selection, I guess, selection they have next. Now, do these guys have anything to do? Oh, no, no, no. Okay. So this is to, oh man, look at this bottoming tail. Holy smokes. I'm talking about BLCO. So this is Bausch. So they win an appeal. This was at 1240 though that I'm seeing. Actually, I'm seeing this at 1218. Gains after appeal affirms, but what happened here? Hard to believe that's real. Well, it's a volatility halt, Nathaniel. It's not a news halt. So according to our, okay, it's according to this, it's not a news halt. It's a volatility halt. So I mean that was really that was motoring down, even though it's a $62 stock or a $64 stock when it started. That really motored down. So it's just it's just a volatility halt right now. Well, it is a volatility halt. So I mean, let's see if it opens in 5 minutes. 140 plus 2 seconds. Let's see if it opens in 5 minutes. And let's check out where it could open. So again, we usually do not get halts for stocks this expensive. So very interesting. GL, you can't see the ticker symbol, but it is GL. And there's the halt price at 62.11. This column here is trying to give a bit of a clue where it may open. Not a big one right now. And again, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Meanwhile, while we're waiting on that, let's take a look at Max Media Alpha. Okay, Max, what's the next high? 2054, little bit of room on a daily chart. It's just math, Nathaniel. Okay, it's just math. You know, if it has to move a certain amount in a certain period of time, and so it's just math. Probably if I brought up a 1 minute candle, it would look a little different. It's just a program that kicks in. So for instance, just for argument's sake, what time is it now? 1:39. Okay, so let's bring that up. So you might have thought, well, why not here? Well, this is a 15-minute candle. So yeah, even though it's a nice big candle, it could have been just moving down like within the parameters of not getting stopped out. This one, I mean, it's 140 now, and it got halted at 1:30. So this was only a 5 minute. This is only 5 minutes into that candle. Okay, and look how big it is. I mean, it's almost as big as the previous one, and it's only 5 minutes in. So probably something, it just, I'd have to bring up another time frame. But the bottom line is it's halted. Okay. And now we just wait. And let's see if it is I'm just going to say it is a 5 minute halt. It is a 5 minute halt and moving down. Now there's a bounce. I mean, that's about the biggest bounce we've seen in a bit. But will it last? Will the bounce? So what did it get down? It got down to 59.20. Yeah, nope, nope, no bounce, no real bounce, no real bounce. Okay, back this monthly chart up, and there's, I mean, there we've got 56.74. I mean, who'd have thunk it, guys? Seriously, 56.74 is your next low on the monthly chart. Yeah, right here, Shady. That's 2020, March of 2020, right here. That's, yeah. Somebody mentioned it's pandemic time right here, and almost that. I mean, it hits that. That's a lifetime low, in my opinion. I think that's the lifetime low right there, because I'm looking at. Oh, I've been so wrapped up in the this that. Give me a moment. Well, okay, within reason. Okay, Kuda, within reason, a lifetime low. Oh, that's interesting. That is very interesting, Casa. So what you're saying is that even though might be desperate to come out with something, they can't because they're in a quiet period for some reason. No halted again. Hmm. Okay, guys. Yeah, I'm just talking with some of the guys at Trade Ideas. So yeah, so GL halted again. I don't know how. I think we only go back to 2010. I think actually we only. So this must have changed symbols or something. We only go back as GL to August of 2019. So it probably had some kind of a symbol name change because we definitely go back past 2019. So it must have been a symbol name change. Exactly, perfect circle. That's what I was saying. Usually it's bios or maybe some company that is going to be bought out, and then the merger falls apart, and you see a huge drop. But not usually an insurance company. Well, let's bring up the time in sales. Let's see where it could open. So there's the halt, 56.77. So a little bit underneath where it could open. Ooh. Meanwhile, yes, I know that, Cadel, I know that that there is other stuff happening. I know. It's just fascinating to watch this, but, yes, the CADL, I guess, just made a new high. High this month was way up here. Back to a weekly chart. So that was last week, actually. But I'd much rather keep it on GL just to see what's going to happen. So Casa, did you mentioned that GL is in some kind of a quiet period? So in theory, they're not allowed to come out and say anything. Is that what you're inferring? But okay, we're now open and you just made another new low. Boy, this is a classic, you know. Well, I'm going to play a bounce. Okay, you first. You first. I thought you said you weren't going to do it, Shady. This is actually, well, you know what? It just got halted. As you can say, this went up so quickly. Even if I was thinking about doing it, but it got halted. So now, hold your breath time. So there's the halt at 59.81. No clue yet where it's going to open. So they have to wait until April 22nd. So what CASA is saying, according to Piper Sandler, they have to wait until April 22nd to comment on what's happening. Imagine you're sitting around the old GL boardroom today. I mean, that's an eternity. I mean, April 22nd, we're only April 11th. Without reading it, Curtis, it's probably what? Is it maybe a couple of weeks before an earnings release? Without reading 40 days? No way. They can't 40 days. That's wow. I did not realize that. 25 for earnings. Okay. Well, even 25, but well, give me a moment, guys. Okay, there's another one. Wow, this is a cheap one though. ALLR, cheap one. I mean, another one that just it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. It's just showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. On a day in which the market is doing this now, just ripping higher, getting it's the shorts. Other than there's been some good long plays, but other than it's been the shorts that have been in my opinion anyway, the more interesting ones. Still have my eyes on this one, guys. The PACS open. Okay, where did it open? I don't have to tell you guys to be careful, of course, but I mean that so it popped up. I'd be probably if I hadn't sold some, I would have sold some, I should say, if not all. But I'm going to, believe it or not, I'm going to keep an eye on a 57 break. I mean, look at this now, guys. I mean, so tale of two charts. Look at the SPY and look at GL. Wow. Okay, guys, as I await to see what happens, I am going to just go over the contest and the. Give me a moment. They're going to get halted. Wow, I thought it was going to get halted. Those of you with Interactive Brokers, you might have seen that little blue dot beside the bid, and that usually can signify a potential halt is coming up. All right, guys. Well, let me go over the contest and test drive link. Link. Sorry, I got to keep remembering to talk into the mic. As I'm also watching this, I'm watching this for another maybe dramatic move down. Okay, guys. So I put the test drive link in April 2024 test drive and contest. Okay, so let me explain this quickly. What this is all about. So on April the 19th, that's a Monday, and that'll go to. I'm sorry, that's a Friday. You know what? Get my calendar. Yeah, it's a Friday. So that's Friday, and then you'll have the weekend. Yeah, you'll actually have 2 weekends, right, you have 2 weekends, so the 19th to the 29th inclusive, okay? It'll, cost $7.77. You'll have access to the full package, okay? Our full premium service, including our AI. If you're a standard subscriber and you wanna upgrade for that time period to our premium service to see what the AI is all about, you can do so also. It will cost us $7.77, okay? And listen carefully. If you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. So you'll get no live data until the 19th. Okay. Now, typically we start getting data at around 4 a.m. Eastern time. Okay. In the morning. So That's probably when you start getting your data. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription, okay? So you don't have to worry about that. We only do this maybe 3 times a year. So again, it's a great opportunity to try us out if you feel you can afford $7.77. And the bonus is this. During that test drive, we're also having our contest. That'll run from the 23rd to the 25th. That's Tuesday to Thursday inclusive. It is a stock picking contest. Whoever makes the most money at the end of those 3 days will win a $2,400 Amazon gift card. And Oliver, who has posted a couple of times in the room, he is our current and reigning champion. Okay. And I'm sure he'll be back to defend his title. Okay. A lot of fun. There's a top 10 list that I basically for most of the day, I show what's happening, the gyrations and, the top 10, the jockeying for position and all that. So that is the test drive and that is the contest. Okay. Any questions about it? You can ask me. No, just the one big prize. But again, if you're a premium subscriber, okay, if you are a premium subscriber, you're automatically entered if you want. I mean, you don't have to do the contest, of course, but why wouldn't you? Okay, so if you're a premium subscriber, you don't have to pay the 777. So that's the contest and the test drive information. Okay, next, my homepage. And it actually looks like it's may have found a bit of a base around, between the 58 and 59 level. It may have found a bit of a base. And of course, we're talking about GL. So I just put in my homepage link. So let's take a look at the information you can find there. First thing, this screen you see here that's called Relative Strength Leaders from the Close. If you want it displayed like this is just a top list window, okay? So let me move this off. If I uncheck that show tree map, this is the typical presentation for all the years previous to about a month ago of what a top list window would look like, grid format, okay? So we've added this. If you right click and you click on show tree map, now you get this presentation. Up to you, whichever one you want. Now, if you want this presentation, you must have our latest beta. Okay, so if you don't have our latest beta, you will not see the presentation looking like this. To get the latest beta, click on my homepage link, scroll to the top, and where you see download, just download the beta. Okay, the beta is absolutely fine. Okay, and then you can see this. You can see any top list, not just the one I'm displaying here. Any top list that you've got, you can display it like that if you want. So on to the next section. If you want to take out a subscription, here is a promo code you can use, Barry E for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, I would take a look at that for sure. A free series of videos, about 38 of them, yeah, all told. Daily stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. Trade of the week. This is free. You can sign up for it. Okay. And if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And before we take a look at my scans, all I ask is this. I know I say this every time, but it is important. This is a free room. The way we keep it free is if you use my promo to take out a subscription at any point in time. I don't care if it's, this afternoon or tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. You use my promo code, the room gets credit for the subscription. And the more the room gets credit, the company doesn't mind keeping it as a free room. It's that simple. Okay. And then here are my scans. You click on my homepage link and scroll down the middle section. These are the current scans I'm sharing. This combo scan is the one that would have given you GL as a potential short at $92. I can show you. Now, you don't see it here, but even late, so-called late at 77, the reason being is I had to do a reboot of Trade Ideas, okay? But originally, GL showed up at $92 as a potential short opportunity. So here are all the scans that I am sharing. You can take a look at them. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. I see that MGRM resumed and just exploded. Okay. Because I had to do a reboot. I had to do a reboot of Trade Ideas. Okay. Well, it depends when you load the scan, Ashy. So I had to do a reboot of Trade Ideas. And so when I did that, I lost all of the previous ones. The reason being is that if you right click, I made a change to this a long time ago, and I upped the range to $100. Okay, so that's got to be the reason. I didn't force that on anybody, but if you want to, if you right click on, it's a multi-strategy window. So if you right click on it and click on configure all, and you should probably have both of them selected, edit the selected, and in the price, you can change it to 100. You can do what you want, but you can change it to 100. That's what I did a long, long time ago. Okay. That's okay. I have no idea, Food King. I'm in Canada also. I don't know what Interactive Brokers charges in Canada for options. I don't know if it's any different from what they charge in the States. I really don't know. First of all, anybody with Interactive Brokers that trade options, what do they charge? And then if you're in Canada and you're trading options, what do they charge? I don't trade options, so I have no idea. Sounds like it cannot be $12 though. Enter and exit. But that's who I use. I do use Interactive Brokers, but I just don't trade options. But I can almost guarantee that they don't charge. So you're saying, well, of course, $12. I mean, that's depends how many is that. Well, I can't speak to it. I just don't know how much they charge. You could probably just do a Google search though, Food King, on Interactive Brokers in Canada and what do they charge for options? Oh, they all do? So you're telling me that Interactive Brokers does the same thing? Because, they charge half a cent a share in Canada and the United States for not their light, but I mean for so Jay, that is in the United States, in the US. Just Jay in our main room is saying depends how many contracts, 50 cents to a dollar per contract is about the average. That's in the States. It's hard for me to believe they will charge. You're saying they'll charge $12 a contract, Food King? So Jay, you're talking about in the States, but it's hard for me to believe that in Canada they would jump it to $12 when they don't do that for for stocks. It's half a cent. Yeah, so you should do a search, Food King, on Interactive Brokers, and just put the question in: how much should they charge? Yeah, so I mean, what Jay is saying, but obviously, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I mean, obviously, it depends on how many contracts, right? So as he's saying, you buy 10 contracts, it could be $10 both ends, but that's $1 a contract. Are you trying to say that it's $12 a contract, like Questrade charges, or is it, you know, uh, it seems excessive. Meanwhile, back at GL, so you see these two topping tails now, guys. So I'm actually holding out for a break of 56, believe it or not, later on, if it happens. He's in Mike. See, he's in Canada. Okay, so I don't think we don't have Think or Swim or Schwab or Webull in Canada. At least I don't think we do. He's talking Canada, but I would absolutely do a search on Interactive Brokers, how much they charge option wise. Wow, this MGRM. So for all the talking I was doing, so this may have been one. So it got halted at wow, it got halted at 284 and it opened at 415. Is that right? Or was it 121? No, it couldn't have been. It it couldn't. I don't think it was halted from 121 to 203. Or well, whatever happened, this is a massive gap up. Yeah, GL halted on the way down now. I'm telling you, I am this takes out this 56. I might just take a few shares and short it out of craziness. Well, certainly no end of excitement today, guys. I mean, this has been a really fun day to trade and follow the market. Certain stocks, of course. Rent seems like it was yesterday. What is the time now? 2:15. So, William, what are you doing today? Same as yesterday. So it was about 4 o'clock. Okay. L- Was there a little more action? 4 or 5 minutes without talking. So that's not bad. So, guys, I'm going to emphasize it again. If you want the room to be kept open by William until 4 o'clock, which he's doing, he's out of the goodness of his heart. Quite frankly, he doesn't have to do this, but he volunteered to do it. He's been doing it for several months now. But if you, he doesn't just want to post to himself. Okay, so I understand somebody said yesterday, well, I didn't have a stock to talk about. Well, there must be something. Okay, there must be something. So to keep his interest in keeping the room open for an hour, try to talk about something. Talk about, even if it's just a general market. Otherwise, I wouldn't blame William. He says, you know what, it was a good experiment, but I don't want to keep the room open if I'm just talking to myself for an hour. Okay, so there you have it. Yeah, I actually have that one thumbnail, the RLYB. And I do see this little move here, and it got up to 340 or so in the pre-market. Not, yeah, actually in the pre-market. So it's having a bit of a move. All right, guys. Well, a little news for the Trade Ideas family. Some of you know that Michael Noss was, well, his wife was expecting and had the baby today, I guess. That's why he couldn't show up on his normal time on Tuesday in our YouTube room. And so the baby has happened. Okay, guys. I'm just responding. I just found out the news now for Michael. So on Tuesday, when Michael comes into the room, you can congratulate him on the new addition to the family into the YouTube room between 12 and 1. Okay, guys. What happened with the Riley V? Did it? No, look at that. Didn't really move. A couple of little topping tails. So nothing exciting right there. Meanwhile, Con is wow. Okay, I mean, Con is having a rebound here, guys. It's through the 200-day moving average. This is an earnings play. It's having a nice rebound. Actually gone positive now, up 26% after the its earnings release. It was at one point it was way down here. The next high looking left for Con looks like there's a lot of could be some resistance around 427. Okay, so there is that. If you're at all interested, I'm not, but I mean, some might be. 427. If it can get through 427, 446. And that's CONN earnings play today. Okay, guys. So again, I'll be taking off in about 35 minutes, maybe a little earlier. I've been kind of wrapping it up at about 10 to 3. So yesterday, I know I stayed a little bit later. Always willing to answer questions if you have any. Okay. Do my best to answer any questions that might come in, either about trade ideas or something to do with the market. Ugly guys. I mean, the MJRM. I mean, yeah, unbelievable bounce, I guess first out of the halt. That first price, the resumption price, was a huge move up. Very surprising. I can't recall seeing something quite like that, unless I'm just reading this wrong. but very, very volatile. I mean, look at this. It got up to what, 480, 490. It goes right back down to 378. So very volatile. Yeah, good luck, Poe. It's got that look. One of these ones again that was so active in the pre-market and really is not done. I mean, it's been chopping around quite a bit, but over three, and there's your potential. I love to see it get up to 348 for you. Vera, let's take a look at Vera. Some analysts saying this could be another takeover target. It's Vera. Ah, it's pretty expensive. Okay. So this is maybe what you're referring to. Vertex that took over Alpine today seeks a second act. There you go. This is exactly what you're talking about, aren't you? Wall Street analysts, however, noted that Alpine is far from the only company with an IgA nephropathy drug under development. A biotech called Vera Therapeutics is testing a drug called something or other for the condition. Okay. So I guess that's what you're referring to, Casa. Except for today's or the intraday's high or the intraday high. So let's take a look at MGRM. I mean, the problem with it right now, I mean, hopefully you can see what the problem is. I mean, it's very, very whippy. And is it halted now? No, it's not halted now. So, I mean, the next high is today's high, 490, right up here, 490. Looking left on a weekly, you can't even see. I'm going to go to a monthly. Yeah, it looks like 515 or so is the next high on a monthly chart. And then after that, there's the 513 again, and then 655. So I'm just looking at a monthly chart, William, and it's approximately what you're talking about. Problem with it right now, though, is that a massive pop up and then a big sell off. I mean, it doesn't give you a lot of confidence right now. It doesn't give me a lot of confidence anyway. All right. Well, there's Morgan Stanley, guys. The guys at Trader Days were talking about this. I did not see this. I don't know if anybody posted this in the room regarding Morgan Stanley, and down 4.5% after the report. Bank's wealth arm is being probed by multiple federal regulators. Okay. And that news hit. I see, Interactive Brokers. I see the first reference to it at 112. I'm sorry, 212. 212. And does that make sense? Yes, that makes sense. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Question in our YouTube room. So the standard subscription will get AI alerts? No, you need a premium subscription for that. You want these alerts like these? There are other, other aspects of taking out a premium subscription, but I would say 99% of the time, this is what people want to see, or they're taking it because they want to see the AI alerts. You need a premium subscription for that. Everything else that you see here and all the scans that I am sharing, they're all part of the standard service. But the big difference between premium and standard is the AI. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I'm looking here at GL. Give me a moment. Um, yeah, there is a way, Mike. Pepe knows. I think you have to go to your account page. Okay, your account page, account management page, and I think that tells you. I know for me, I can go up here and it tells me, but I don't know if that's the same. If you click on account, does it tell you underneath in green how many days? I know it does for me. Okay, so I think if you go to the Pepe, I know he's going to put a link in. He's going to put a link in. He's going to put a link in that'll take you to your account page. And then I think that is where you can find out how many days you've got left. Okay. Just a minute. I'll try to find it. I mean, I never go there. That's the reason why I always struggle to figure out where it is. Also, I have to pay a little bit of attention to this GL. Give me a moment. Yes. All right. I wanted to see if it could take out 56, and certainly it did. I told you guys I wanted to short it in this area, and that's what I did. And now, oh man, and now we're really maybe cooking. 5371. That little green dot is appearing. That blue dot. That might mean it's going to get halted again. Those of you with Interactive Brokers, you probably know what I'm talking about. Yes, they just got halted. Now I've taken some off. When I saw that blue dot, okay, you better take some off just in case it pops out of the halt. But now I can go ahead. I got at least 5 minutes. I'll go ahead and see if I can find that information for you. Okay, Pepe's obviously sleeping right now, so he can't help me. Well, I'm on the account management page. I just don't see. Maybe it's because I'm. I don't know why it's not here. Manage subscription and billing. But when I do this, I get an error message. So should be able to maybe try here somewhere. I know that's. I'm sorry for being so vague, but the account management and where it says manage subscription and billing. You see, when I click on that, I get some kind of an error message, but you may not. So Trader D, you can take a look at the. You don't have to be you don't have to be a subscriber, but you can take a look at. What I would do is look at our user guide. Okay, just give me a moment. I'll put the. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link that I just put underneath, and if you go to, I mean, you can do the get started, but what I would do is probably go to the. Oops, I would probably go to the user guide. Click here, in the education section. Okay, and then go to the user guide. And then this is more detail about what an alert window is, what a what a top list window is, okay? Two main features of Trade Ideas. So, it shows you how you can set up an alert window, how you can set up a top list window. It does. Oh, good. Okay. Thanks, Mike. So for instance, so that tells you how you can create your own scan if you want. I'm sharing a lot of my scans, of course, but if you have an idea about what you're looking for, so let's just take a look at. I always like to demonstrate this one. And I just have to. So I always like to. So this is an example of an alert window. Okay. So if you have an idea about what you're looking for, but I'll show you what this one is looking for. This is what you can do. You can set up your parameters, the stock. So in this one, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $100. The current volume is at least three. A very powerful filter. Okay. That means the stock has to be trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. So it is time of day sensitive, 2:45 p.m. Okay. This gives it the momentum in this particular scan. The stock volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, etc. So that's the whole basis of constructing a scan. And we have a lot of filters. I don't know what your trading experience is, but you can take a look at the filters that we've got, and then you have to have a trigger. So in this case, in this scan, the trigger is okay. If all of these values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real time alert. Okay. So that is if you want to build your own scan. So when you say setting up windows that you may want, hopefully that helps. Okay. Again, I'm sharing a lot of my own scans, but again, if you have an idea about, how you like to trade, maybe a different price range, maybe you don't want a new high, maybe you want a new 5-minute high, maybe you want something, very, very different. You can kind of scroll through, these are all, and don't get hung up on how many we've got. But it depends on what sort of a trader you are. If you're somewhat experienced, you may, wow, sorry guys, hallelujah. Look at this gap down now. I, okay, I've just covered some. I was worried I might get halted on that way down, but wow, wow, wow. Okay, I'm going to hold on just in case it takes out 50. But I've covered most of that position, that I got in right around here, just underneath, right around that 56.50 mark. Wow. I did not expect that. Now 49.51. Oh, brother. And these poor guys, they can't come out and defend themselves according to Piper Sandler because they have earnings in on the 22nd, and there's a quiet period, 25 days until they release. So they can't even come out and say, these guys are full of it. Again, this is all to do with this company called Fuzzy Panda, a short seller called Fuzzy Panda. Wow. Well, Sarika in our YouTube room, yeah, I mean they basically accuse them. Let's see if I can find the. Just trying to find the fuller. Here we go. So this came out this morning. Okay, you can see the reaction right here. That was probably the first reaction right at 9:30. Not sure what time this came out. Maybe was it even a little earlier? It was dropping a little bit before that. Okay. And so this is what they and this is a short seller. This is one of the newer ones. I have seen Fuzzy Panda before, but man, oh man, I mean, did they and they don't just come up with a title like that, like a headline. They dive into it and they put it out for people. And they're short. They make no bones about it. They're short. So anyway, that's your news, okay? And that's why, yes. But, trader, you're doing the right thing, okay? I mean, it doesn't start until the 11th, but you've signed up now. You didn't have to sign up right now in order for you to look at the guide, but you are preparing yourself correctly. Oh, good grief. 47 now. And remember, guys, I mean, I had to do a reboot of trade ideas. So the original alert, the first alert to short GL was actually at $92. So almost half now, almost half from that original alert, which I sadly say I was not in, but did a couple of times, and this last one now. And trader, I am sharing a lot of scans also, including the one you saw. Well, any questions? 251. Yeah, you're right. Somebody on Gargle 99 in our YouTube room talking about rent. Yeah, some drama with rent also. Okay, we went from 1652 up to 1975. Again, this seems like yesteryear for me. I made a grand total of $2 on this. Missed the big move, but felt pretty good about it nonetheless. All right, guys, I gotta keep this GL up. I'm sorry, guys. I know I'm eating. I don't know if you can hear that, but I was starving. And I could tell it was halted. I mean, you could just tell it wasn't trading anymore. As well, I'm back for I don't know how long, 7 minutes, 6 minutes or so. Gonna hang. Maybe I'll hang around for this to open. See where this one opens. I didn't even have time. In the last halt, I had no idea where the projected open was. I can't believe it was going to be like at 51 though when the halt was at 56. But anyway, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. It's blue screen you see. Here's your halt at 46.56. No big clue though right here. And now you're right. So now we get the lawyers crawling crawling out. I shouldn't disparage lawyers, but anyway, these are these class action specialists, Block and Leviton. Well, a lot of them are. I mean, it's amazing though. I mean, a company can come out, say, "We're short. Here's a report. We're short already. You guys do what you want to do." You guys as in well, traders out there. And some of these guys have made fortunes, fortunes. This is trade ID. This is Interactive Brokers, William. Okay, it's nothing to do with trade ideas. This is Interactive Brokers. Okay, time and sales, Interactive Brokers. Yeah, with all this, yes, just part of whatever I pay a month. Really, if you go to, always had this, always had this. So maybe you didn't pick the right one. So let's go and click on new window or file new, and then time and sales. Where's the time and sales? Time and sales. I know there's another one that says multi-instrument, but I don't think I've ever used that one. Let's see if maybe I did or no. I know it takes a while for it to fill out, but that's not what I'm using. Are you? Maybe you shrunk it. It's just a column. Like if I do this, is it because it's shrunk down or something? because it's no option that I know of that I've added. Because there are only two things you can do under time and sales. When you click on Windows and then time and sales, one says time and sales and one says time and sales instrument, multi-instrument. And I don't think there's really an option unless there's something up here. Maybe here the display. Check it. Maybe that's it. Okay. So right click in the blue, and then it'll say display, and then check the NBBO. I guess I guess when I started this, it was just the default, but maybe it isn't. Okay. So again, just right click, and you see where it says display. Just check that. If I yeah, so just check that. Okay, I'm sure that must be it. And here we go. Here we go. Wow. Wow. 20 bucks now. It's moved. I've taken some off, of course, but it's moved 20, even though this was already down so much. It's been another $20 move. Incredible. So I only want to see the gas stocks in the energy sector. How do I filter or see those only? Okay. Now, and is this halted? Yeah, it's halted again, guys. Halted again. Well, I guess I'm going to hang around for a little bit longer. I mean, at some point it's going to bounce, but it's going to. Hopefully, nobody's trapped in this trying to play bounces. Okay, so let me just see if there is something that just says gas. Okay, so if I right click on this alert window and I click on configure and then I click on symbol lists and I'm going to go to the add existing list. Okay, so I want to see if there is, because we have a lot of, figure out where it is, sectors. Hoping to see maybe something that says, no, we don't have something that just says pure energy. Okay, mining and quarrying and oil and gas extraction. Okay, I mean, we do have something that's oil and gas extraction. I mean, I don't know what's in here. I've never looked at it. Okay, but we have, well, in fact, if I, so so we can even drill down a little bit more natural gas liquid extraction. You see what I'm doing, Jay? I'm talking to Jay in our YouTube room. I have no idea what's in here. I mean, it's a symbol list that is, that will only have, in theory, these companies that are involved in natural gas liquid extraction. Does that help? And I can show you how I got it again, because what you would do is you would click on it, and then it will show up here, and then you can. Okay, I'll repeat. So I started off with, you can start off with a top list window or an alert window. But okay, right click on configure, and then click on symbol list. Okay, symbol list. go to add existing list. Then you've got to scroll down until you see, where was it? Okay, you scroll down. I don't know how much you were going to have to scroll down, but until you see something that says sectors, not the sector ETF, but sectors, okay? And there's a little plus sign beside it. When you click on the plus sign, now you're getting all these sectors. And what I did was I went and I scrolled down until I saw mining, quarrying, and oil and gas extraction. That sector. I clicked on the little plus sign. Okay. And now you see you're sort of drilling down and down and down. And then I clicked on oil and gas extraction, the little plus sign. Again, it pops, it explodes. And then finally we're at the end of the tree. You know, you start off and and right here, I've got natural gas liquid extraction. I don't know if that's what you want. Could you follow that? Okay. And then if that is good enough for you, then you click on it. Okay, click on it. When you click on it, it'll show up in this column right over here. And then that's when it's over here, I'll get out. When it's over here, then however you want to monitor it, okay? However you want to monitor it, be it in an alert window or a top list window, then all you do is right click, configure, symbol lists, okay? Then you'll see it over in this column if you've done it correctly. And then this is a drop down where it starts off with all symbols. Then you say only the following lists. Okay, you say only the following lists and you check it. And that means that sector, that symbol list will be attached to the alert window or the top list window. Now, here's another way you can maybe do it. That might be easier. Give me an example of a gas company. As 40 is being challenged. Wow. Well, for those of you who remember, I mean, it's not quite as dramatic as this. Who remember? I don't know how many years ago when I was in a play that went from 40 to 140 by dumb luck. I can't even remember what it was. Was it Dries or one of those stupid? Those of you who've been around for a long time, it's got to be 4 or 5 years ago. This is not quite the same but wow. So give me an example. Give me an example of no. It was a Canadian, it was a US company. I think I want to say Dries. No, it wasn't Dries. Can't remember. Maybe started with a D. Give me an example, Jay, though, of an oil and of a gas company. Okay, just give me any example of one, because I might be able to show you maybe an easier way. I think it started with a D. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. No, not Devon or DVN. No, Jay, can you hear me? Maybe you're gone. I just wanted to show you another way that you could do it, but I need a gas company that you're okay. So Chevron, what is that? CVX? Chevron? My memory. There's Chevron. Okay, so there's Chevron. Okay. So now this is not going to be perfect, but maybe it'll help. So you see where it says competitors? Hopefully this will fill up. Just give me a moment. Yeah, I don't know if there's a bug or no, there we go. It just takes a while. Okay. So these in theory are going to be Chevron competitors, okay? Now, you can be the judge of whether or not you're thinking, well, wait a minute, why is that one in there? Why is that one in there? I can't help you there. But this is what we can do, okay? So, do you see what I did? This is in a single stock window, okay? So before I keep going, this is in a single stock window and I so there were the details and I just clicked on competitors, the competitor tab, and that's giving me in theory the CVX competitors, okay? Are we good so far? Yeah, I just saw the main headline, Shady, regarding kickbacks and things like that. I didn't read the whole report. I just read the big headline. Okay, so if you understand what I've done, you need is a single stock window. Okay, you need the single stock window. It doesn't matter what it looks like as long as okay. So here is the single stock window. Okay, and you see there will be a tab that says competitors. And so that's what I did. I clicked on the competitors tab. Now watch. Next step, right click in the body, right click, and you see where it says pop out, pop out. Now I have popped it out. Now you can take it, okay, and you can do whatever you want with it in terms of maybe a price range you want, a minimum volume that you want. But again, I cannot tell you that every single one of these is going to meet your criteria. All right. But it might be an easier way to do it. Okay. And I don't know how many we've got. See, we've only got this amount. And I don't know if there's a minimum here. Yeah. So I would probably, I mean, the daily volume is at least 25,000 shares a day. I mean, I don't know. I guess you could keep that, but you could also probably increase the list. Yeah, I see. I've got a set record count of 35. So if I increase it to 100, no, I still just see 35. That's why I'm saying it may not be a complete list that you want, but it's a start perhaps. Well, I can give you this list if you want. Okay, here it is. Okay. Now you can try the other way also. And that's how you can actually break out a lot of different sectors. A lot of people like to watch the bio sector. Okay, biotech sector. So you could type in a symbol that you think that you'd like to see other stocks in the same sector, and then you can just go on that, hit that, click on the competitors tab, and then right click and pop it out. And why it's nice is that you can then, if you want, if you are somebody, and I'm talking in general out there, if you're a person who wants to follow the energy sector all the time, you want to follow the biotech sector all the time, well, then you could just incorporate that top list or alert window as part of your layout. I used to do this, especially with the bios when bios are, I mean, the bios are still pretty hot and all, but I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago, I used to have like a bio top list that I would put my price range, my minimum volume, sort of customize it to what I wanted to see. All right, guys, obviously I'm all out of the GL and I'm out of here now. What a day. What a day. And don't forget if don't forget to save it, okay? Remember, if you have it on your screen, then you have to save it into your cloud also. Just right click if this were it. Right click and save or share to cloud. Okay, save. So what I just gave to you, put it into your cloud. Now it is well, it's there forever for you. Okay, guys. Well, I'm exhausted, so I think I will stop now. Thanks for all the help. William will keep the room open until 4 o'clock, as long as you keep him interested. Okay, this is a test. Today, yesterday, today, and tomorrow. If there's no interest, hey, why should he keep it open till 4? Okay, so I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, everybody, and I'll stop my screen sharing in the main room now and muting myself now. And now for YouTubers, I'll just put the main room link in case you do want to head over to the yeah, over to the main room. Okay, so there is the link if you do want to go over to the main room and keep chatting about stocks, etc. And now I will shut you guys down and the stream